The room is quiet except for the sound of shallow breathing. Lamps burn low, their light gold and uncertain. A priest stands near the bed, murmuring prayers to Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the dead. The family waits in silence, hands clasped, the scent of incense thick in the air. Outside, the Nile moves calmly through the night, indifferent to what is about to happen inside this house. In ancient Egypt, death was not an ending. It was an event as ordinary and sacred as sunrise. A transformation, terrifying yet expected. The beginning of a journey that no one escaped. When the final breath left the body, Egyptians believed something precise occurred. The body did not simply fail. The times bar asterisk, the individual's personality, separated from the flesh and hovered nearby, dazed and uncertain. The times bar times was not a ghost or vapour, but the living essence of the person, imagined as a small bird with a human face. It retained awareness, emotion, and memory. For a time, it lingered close to the corpse, circling in confusion, unwilling to accept the division that had just taken place. The dying moment was a tearing, not a fading, a violent separation of the elements that had once worked together in harmony. For the Egyptians, a human being was never a single thing. You were a collection of parts, bound temporarily by life. The physical body, the times, kat asterisk, the life force, the times ka asterisk, the personality, the times bar asterisk, the name, or times ren asterisk, the shadow, the times shoot asterisk, and the heart, or times ib asterisk, which held memory, intention, and conscience. Death broke these bonds. The times car times withdrew its sustaining energy. The times bar times slipped loose. The body lay motionless, but within it, the heart remained the one organ never removed. Even in mummification, because it was more than muscle, it was moral record. Egyptians feared not the moment of death, but the possibility that this disassembly might never be reversed. When the final breath ended, the priest whispered invocations over the body, guiding the departing times bar times toward clarity. Relatives began the wailing ritual, voices rising in choreographed grief. It was not chaos, it was ceremony. Women tore their clothing, dusted their hair with earth, and beat their breasts while crying the dead person's name. To mourn loudly was to announce to gods and spirits alike that a soul had departed, that a passage had opened between worlds. The noise carried purpose. It helped the times bar times recognize its own death. But sorrow could not linger long, because time itself had turned dangerous. In the first hours after death, the newly freed times bar times hovered in peril. It was blind and vulnerable, confused by its own separation. Without proper rituals, it might drift away and dissolve into the desert air. Worse still, demons could seize it, tearing it apart or swallowing it whole. To prevent this, family members acted quickly. Oil lamps stayed lit beside the body so the times by times could find its way back. Offerings of bread, beer, and figs were placed near the bed. Food for the times car asterisk, whose hunger began the moment life ended. Death, to the Egyptians, was not rest but hunger, confusion, and risk. Survival required swift intervention. The priest would press amulets into the cooling hands, trace protective signs in oil across the forehead, and whisper the first fragments of what would later become known as the Times Book of the Dead asterisk. Every word, every gesture had purpose. The Egyptians believed that magic times, hecatimes, was not superstition, but a practical technology, as real as grain or stone. Without it, nothing survived. The times bar times needed direction, the times car times needed feeding, and the body, though inert, needed preservation to anchor the soul's return. Death set in motion a race against decay. For the living, the body before them was sacred and terrifying. It was still warm, still recognizable, yet emptied of presence. To touch it was to touch the boundary between worlds. The family's grief was more than love. It was fear that they might fail to protect the one who had gone. True death, they believed, was not the loss of breath but the loss of memory, the erasure of name and identity. To be forgotten was the worst fate imaginable. The times rentimes must be spoken, carved, written, and repeated forever. Without it, the soul vanished even from the afterlife. Oblivion, not hell, was the enemy. In that room, as incense rose and wax dripped, a strange equilibrium settled between despair and purpose. The priest's voice was low but steady. Prayers to Anubis for safe passage, to Thoth for memory, to Osiris for resurrection. The family began gathering what would be needed for preservation: linen, oil, salt, spices, coins for payment to the embalmers. There was no time to delay. The heat of Egypt began its work immediately, and decomposition was more than physical failure. It was spiritual disaster. The decaying body could no longer serve as vessel for the times bar asterisk's return. Without the body, there was no anchor, no home, no chance of reunion. And without reunion, there could be no eternity. Outside, neighbours would already know. Death was communal. Children watched from doorways, learning what would someday be done for them. Friends arrived with jars of beer and baskets of bread for the mourners. A messenger was sent to the Times' beautiful house, Times the embalmer's workshop that stood at the edge of every city, where priests of Anubis performed the sacred science of preservation. The family would follow at dawn, accompanying the body to its place of transformation. Until then, they kept vigil, feeding lamps, reciting prayers, and keeping the Times bar Times company so it would not drift too far. The silence between prayers felt heavy, almost alive. The body was beginning to cool. Someone covered it with linen, leaving the face exposed for one last look. The priest sprinkled natron water, both purification and symbol of desert power dryness that defeated decay. He murmured a final invocation: "May your times car times be strong. May your times bar times find its way. May your heart not fail you in the hall of truth." His words were practical as much as spiritual, a checklist for eternity. When morning came, the body would be carried across the threshold into the sunlight, the first step of a 70-day journey through the hands of the embalmers. But in this moment, before the heat and labour, before the smell of resin and salt, there was quiet, a fragile pause between two kinds of life. The Egyptians believed the soul could hear, even after breath had stopped. So they spoke softly to the deceased, reassuring them, promising care, reminding them of their name. The words bound the parts of the person together, holding identity through the dangerous hours between life and ritual. For them, death was not darkness but disassembly. The task of the living was reconstruction, preserving the body, nourishing the times car asterisk, guiding the times bar asterisk, protecting the times ren asterisk, and ensuring the heart would stand light before the gods. Every act, from tears to wrapping, was an act of reassembly. What looked like grief was actually repair, and what appeared as death was only the first stage of the long, perilous process of becoming divine. By night's end, the lamps flickered low. The priest extinguished the last one, whispering that Anubis now watched. The times bar times hovered near the ceiling, unseen but felt. The family stepped outside to meet the coming sun, which in Egypt always meant renewal. Behind them, the house of the dead grew still. The transformation had begun. When the last heartbeat faded, the person you had known was no longer one being but many. Ancient Egyptians did not see life as a single thread cut cleanly by death. They saw it as a tapestry of strands pulled apart and rewoven in another form. To understand their vision of the afterlife, one must first understand what it meant to be human. A person, to them, was not one soul but several, each with its own function, its own vulnerabilities, and its own path through eternity. The most visible part was the times cut asterisk, the body, shaped from clay and breath, assembled by the god Khnum on his potter's wheel. It was the vessel, the temple walls enclosing something holy. But the times was also fragile, easily destroyed. Without preservation, it decayed, and with it went every other part that depended on it. This is why mummification became sacred technology, not a morbid obsession with flesh, but an act of engineering, keeping the body intact so the other parts would not scatter like dust. To the Egyptians, the body was not a prison to escape. It was home. Within that home lived the times Ka asterisk. The times Ka times was the spark of life, the invisible twin that animated flesh. It was born with you, shaped alongside you by divine hands, and it stayed near throughout your life, receiving what you ate, what you drank, what you loved. When you smiled, the times Ka times smiled. When you died, it lingered by your corpse, hungry and bewildered. The times Ka times did not understand death. It only knew it needed sustenance. This is why tombs were filled with food and drink, why priests spoke offering formulas that said, bread for your times Ka asterisk, beer for your times Ka asterisk, everything good and pure for your times Ka asterisk. The living could not feed the dead, but they could feed the times Ka asterisk, which consumed the invisible essence of offerings and remained strong. If forgotten, if no one brought offerings, the times Ka times weakened, withered, and starved. Even in eternity, hunger was a danger. Then there was the times Ba asterisk, the most mysterious of all the human-headed bird, that was the conscious self, the traveller, the dreamer. It was everything that made you times you asterisk. Your laughter, your memory, your desires. After death, the times Ba times gained wings and freedom. It could leave the tomb, visit the living, see the sun rise again, but flight brought peril. The times Ba times could lose its way, could be captured by demons, could dissolve into shadow. Every evening it returned to the tomb to rest within the preserved body, as though sleeping. Every morning it took flight again, crossing worlds like a migrating bird that never lost its longing for home. The living kept statues and painted images of the deceased, so that the times Ba times would recognize its form and find its resting place. The Egyptians believed that each night's reunion of times Ba times and times Ka times inside the mummy was a rehearsal for the greater reunion that would come after judgment. When these two vital forces met in harmony, they formed the times Ak, times the radiant being, the blessed spirit that could live eternally among the gods. But the times Ak times was not guaranteed. It had to be earned through balance, purity, and ritual precision. A careless life, an incomplete burial, or neglect from the living could leave a soul wandering, unjoined, and powerless. Among the components of the self was the times Ib asterisk, the heart, the seat of emotion and memory. Unlike the brain, which Egyptians thought merely cooled the blood, the heart was the recorder of truth. Every joy, cruelty, and deceit was written into its fibres. It was your witness, your diary, your conscience. During mummification, all organs were removed except the heart. It was left in the chest, guarded by amulets and prayers. For one day it would testify in the hall of two truths. If the heart was pure, you would live forever. If heavy with sin, it would betray you, and you would cease to exist. The Egyptians feared this more than anything. Not pain, not punishment, but oblivion. The times ran asterisk. The name was another essential fragment. A person's name was their identity's anchor, the thread tying all parts together. To speak a name was to summon the being it belonged to. To erase it was to annihilate that person completely. Enemies were sometimes punished not by death alone, but by the erasure of their names. From monuments a second death far worse than the first. Pharaohs, aware of this power, carved their names endlessly into stone. So even if memory faded, the gods would still read the hieroglyphs and know who they were. Ordinary Egyptians did the same in their own way, painting names on tomb walls, pottery, even sandals, weaving survival into every mark of ink or chisel. There was also the times shoot asterisk, the shadow. Every living being cast one, and to the Egyptians, that shadow was not an illusion, but a living double proof that light and self were inseparable. The shadow followed you, shared your shape, knew your secrets. In the afterlife, it continued to exist, a silent companion wandering beside the times bar asterisk. To lose your shadow was to lose part of your essence, a sign that something in your spiritual composition had gone terribly wrong. Some tomb paintings show shadows drawn as independent figures, half hidden, half seen, eternal witnesses to their owner's existence. Together, these parts formed a delicate system of being, intricate as any temple. Life was the harmony among them. Death was the disruption. The Egyptians' rituals, their monuments, their entire civilization were built to repair that rupture. They saw themselves not as helpless before death, but as engineers of eternity. Every amulet, every hymn, every carefully measured ritual was designed to preserve one or more of these components and keep the whole person functioning beyond the grave. The times could move, but it needed the times to return to. The times could be nourished, but it needed offerings and the prayers of the living. The times ensured that the gods knew who you were. The times determined whether you were worthy. The times shoot was your silent witness, and the goal of all these parts working together was to create the times, a perfected being, luminous and incorruptible. To become times, was to triumph. It meant you had passed through death, survived judgment, and reassembled yourself stronger than before. It is easy for modern minds to see these as symbols, but for the Egyptians they were facts. They experienced the self as multiplicity, and the fear of losing even one part gave shape to their religion. The tomb was not merely a grave, but a machine for maintaining the soul's integrity, a house for the times ***, a pantry for the times ***, a resting place for the times bar***, a canvas for the times ***, and a refuge for the times shoot***. It was an entire ecosystem built to sustain identity beyond decay. When the priests spoke of preparing for death, they meant orchestrating these components like instruments. To die unprepared was to allow dissonance to risk your times, but times flying off while your times starved, your heart betraying you while your name faded into dust. But to die properly, with rituals complete and heart balanced, was to become music again, the perfect harmony of all you had been and all you would become. The Egyptians believed that immortality was not a gift, but a craft. It required knowledge, discipline, and devotion. Every human being, from pharaoh to farmer, held within them a complex constellation of spirit waiting to be preserved. Death was simply the moment when the stars of that constellation scattered across the sky, and religion, magic, and memory were the tools by which they were drawn back together, glowing, eternal. The air inside the house is heavy with incense and sorrow. The body lies still, wrapped in linen that has already begun to cling with the heat. The first hours after death are the most dangerous emotionally, physically, and spiritually. The family of the deceased knows this. They have lived their whole lives surrounded by the knowledge of death, yet its arrival is always a shock. The moment the breath stops, the rules of existence change. Time quickens, and every act must follow an ancient order. Grief and ritual move together, inseparable as shadow and light. Women begin the mourning. They do not whisper their pain. They shout it into the air, tearing at their garments, loosening their hair, covering their faces in dust. To modern eyes, it might look like madness, but to the Egyptians it was duty, an offering of sound to the gods, a public acknowledgement that the world has been disturbed. Death is not a private event. It belongs to the entire cosmic order. The noise of wailing tells the gods and spirits that a soul is on the move. The priest stands among them, murmuring invocations to guide the departing times, bar times, and to calm the family's fear. His presence links chaos to order, grief to purpose. Inside, the house fills with neighbours and kin. Death is communal. Some bring jars of beer or bread for the mourners. Others carry oil and salt for the embalmers who will soon arrive. A scribe records the name of the deceased, the date, the household members present. Even in mourning, bureaucracy begins, because the afterlife is an enterprise that demands precision. Every ritual has to be recorded, so the soul's journey can be traced and justified before the gods. No detail is too small, no mistake is forgiven. The family gathers around the bed. The priest chants purification prayers, while assistants light small lamps at each corner. Fire keeps darkness from settling too deeply. It comforts the living and marks a boundary for wandering spirits. The eldest son, or a close male relative, steps forward to touch the body's forehead with oil, beginning the process of transition. The gesture is both farewell and summons farewell to the person they knew, and a summons to the soul to remember itself. "May your times be strong," he says softly. "May your times know the way." His words follow the oldest of patterns. They are as old as Egypt itself. But grief cannot linger too long in one place, for decay is already beginning. In the heat of the Egyptian day, a body changes quickly. What was beloved flesh becomes vulnerable matter. The priests know that the separation of spirit is incomplete until the body is properly preserved. The family must act. Messengers are sent to the edge of the city, to a place everyone knows yet no one wants to visit. The Times, beautiful house, times the workshop of embalmers, priests of Anubis, who dwell perpetually between life and death. The journey to the embalmers is both practical and spiritual. The family must negotiate with those who understand preservation, who know the sacred chemistry of natron, oils, and resins. But these men are feared as much as revered. They work with corpses, handling what others dare not touch. Some say they carry the scent of the underworld on their skin. When they appear at the doorway, the mourners fall silent. Their masks, black and gold, shaped like the head of a jackal, reflect the lamplight with an otherworldly gleam. Anubis himself is believed to guide their hands. The chief embalmer speaks first, his tone calm, professional, detached from grief. He asks about the deceased: name, age, family, wealth. Then he discusses what can be afforded. In ancient Egypt, even eternity had price tiers. There is the full treatment, 70 days of labour, the best natron, the finest linen, the purest myrrh, prayers recited daily. It costs as much as a small house. There are also simpler preparations, shorter, cheaper, less certain. A poor family might only afford burial in the sand, relying on the desert's dryness to do the work the embalmers would have done. The choice is agonizing, but it must be made immediately. Every hour lost risks corruption of the flesh, and corruption endangers the soul. The embalmer's role is paradoxical. They are priests, performing sacred work, yet they are also tradesmen, negotiating cost and labour. They promise not resurrection, but the possibility of it. Once agreement is reached, the family hands over the body. They may wash it, wrap it in temporary linen, or place flowers beside it, but they will not accompany it further. What happens next is secret, the most forbidden knowledge in Egypt. Only those chosen by Anubis may see the transformation. The family must trust in the rites and in the craft passed down through generations. They say farewell not to their loved one's memory, but to the physical form itself. From this moment on, the person they knew belongs to the priests and to the gods. Before the embalmers take the body away, one final ceremony is performed at home. The women sing lament songs older than the pyramids, calling on Isis and Nephthys, the divine sisters who wept for Osiris. Their voices weave through the smoke of incense, rising and falling like the wind. Each line affirms what the living must believe, that death is not the end, that proper ritual can heal even this wound. The sound carries beyond the walls, joining 1,000 similar laments heard across centuries. It is the music of transition, of letting go without surrender. When the songs fade, the men lift the body onto a bier. It is carried through the narrow streets, followed by relatives bearing jars of oil and baskets of linen. Children watch from doorways, silent. The procession heads west, toward the edge of habitation, where cultivated fields give way to desert. The Times' beautiful house Times waits there, built of stone and shadow, close enough to the necropolis to smell of dust, and far enough from the living that its work won't disturb their dreams. The embalmers disappear through its doorway, taking the body into mystery. The family stops outside. This is the boundary, the line between human sorrow and divine craft. The priest turns to the family and speaks the final words of the day. Anubis receives what is his, he says. We have done all that can be done. The work of gods begins. The family kneels, bowing their heads. They leave offerings at the threshold: bread, beer, flowers, small figures of protection. Then, slowly, they turn back toward the city. Behind them, inside the silent building, preparations begin that will last 70 days. The body will be washed, emptied, salted, wrapped, and anointed. It will cease to be human flesh and become something new, a vessel for eternity. As the family walks away under the setting sun, they know they will not see their loved one again until the funeral. By then, the transformation will be complete, the body remade for immortality. The night breeze carries the scent of desert salt and incense back toward them, faint but unmistakable. In that scent, they imagine the first promise of preservation, that even in death, nothing is ever truly lost, only changed, only waiting. At the edge of every Egyptian city, where the fertile fields ended and the desert began, stood a place few living people wished to see. It was called the Times' beautiful house, Times a name chosen not for what met the eye, but for what it promised. Here, in this threshold between green and gold, priests of Anubis performed the most sacred work known to humankind. They were not healers of the living, but craftsmen of eternity. Within these walls, the dead were remade. The building itself was simple. White limestone walls rising from sand, a single gate facing east, always toward the light. To step through that gate was to leave the living world behind. The air smelled of salt, incense, and the faint sweetness of oil. The sound was never silence, but a murmur of activity chants blending with scraping tools, footsteps on stone, the soft splash of water poured for purification. The workshop was not a place of fear for those who worked there. It was sacred, methodical, and clean. To them, the dead were not frightening. They were incomplete vessels waiting to be perfected. When the family delivered the body, the chief embalmer received it with calm authority. He wore the mask of Anubis, black and gleaming, its long ears catching light like twin crescents. The mask was not costume but transformation. In ritual moments, the man ceased to be himself. He became the god's hands and eyes. Around him moved his assistants, some skilled in cutting, others in wrapping, others in prayer. Each had a role defined by generations of ritual precision. Nothing here was improvised. Every gesture, every tool, every word had meaning. The first act was purification. The body was laid on a slanted stone table with narrow channels carved along its edges to drain away the fluids of death. Priests poured water from the Nile over it, invoking the river's power of rebirth. The same water that flooded fields and brought life to crops was believed to renew the dead. As the water flowed, they chanted to Anubis, *, may this body be pure, may its limbs be firm, may it walk in the fields of the blessed. *, the liquid carried away the dust of the living world, leaving behind only potential an empty vessel, ready for divine repair. The embalmers worked in stages. each part of the workshop devoted to a different mystery. One chamber was for washing and prayers, another for organ removal, another for drying and packing, another for wrapping. Everywhere, jars and baskets were stacked neatly. Natron salt from Wadi Natron, linen woven from the flax of temple fields, resin imported from the distant land of Punt, cedar oil from Lebanon. The scents mixed into a heady perfume of preservation, earthy, spicy, and faintly sweet. Incense burned constantly, both to disguise the human odor of death and to please the gods who oversaw the work. The men who labored here lived double lives. In public, they were avoided. People stepped aside when they passed in the street, whispering about the jackal priests who touched corpses. But inside the Times' beautiful house asterisk, they were honored. They knew secrets that bridged heaven and earth. Their work determined whether a person would endure for eternity or vanish into dust. The responsibility was enormous, and they carried it without complaint. To serve Anubis was to stand perpetually between worlds. The process itself was long and deliberate, lasting 70 days from start to finish. The first days were for opening the body, removing what must decay. The next 40 were for drying, for transformation from flesh to something like stone. The final weeks were for restoration, anointing, and wrapping. During every stage, the chief embalmer recited prayers drawn from the oldest hymns. His voice wove through the air like smoke. Asterisk. You are not dead. You are renewed. You are not gone. You are made divine. Asterisk. The words were spells of reassembly, commanding the scattered parts of the self to remember their unity. The workshop was a paradox of the sacred and the profane. The tools of holiness, bronze hooks, flint knives, linen strips, were instruments of dissection and reconstruction. The embalmers cut into flesh, not in cruelty, but in devotion. They handled organs with reverence, placing each in its canopic jar, guarded by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The liver under Imseti's human head, the lungs under Hapi's baboon, the stomach under Duamutef's jackal, the intestines under Kibesenuif's falcon. To remove these organs was not desecration but protection, keeping them safe from decay until the day they could be reunited. Every cut was a prayer, every removal a promise. Around the stone tables hung amulets, ready to be placed within the wrappings. Later eyes of Horus for wholeness, scarabs for rebirth, jed pillars for stability. Each object was a piece of the magical machinery of resurrection. The embalmers knew that preservation alone was not enough. The body needed enchantment. Without the correct words and symbols, even the best preserved mummy would be silent and inert. Magic animated preservation, as surely as the Nile animated the land. Apprentices cleaned tools between procedures, wiping bronze with natron and oil, sharpening flint on whetstones. They worked quietly, listening to the murmured chants of their elders. Many would spend decades before being allowed to lead a ritual themselves. Knowledge passed not through written manuals but through observation, memorization, and whispered instruction. To speak too openly about the work outside the workshop was forbidden. Secrets kept power intact. The heat of midday turned the air heavy with scent. Resin melted in small pots beside the hearth, ready for pouring over linen. Beeswax softened in the sunday. A priest traced symbols in soot on the walls, protective sigils that would be washed away once the work was complete. Above the chanting and the smell of oil, one could hear faint music. A flute or sistrum played by an assistant in the purification chamber. The music kept the rhythm steady, reminding everyone that this was not dissection but liturgy. Days passed. The body slowly changed. Flesh tightened. Features sharpened. The skin grew darker and dry. It was not decay, but metamorphosis. The embalmers saw it as proof that their prayers worked the transformation of mortal matter into something eternal. They looked upon their work not with horror but with satisfaction, as an artist might study a finished carving. When the final rites of this stage were complete, The chief embalmer washed his hands in natron water and removed the mask of Anubis. His voice, freed from the god's persona, sounded human again. He turned to his assistants and spoke softly. "The vessel is ready. Tomorrow begins the greater work." The body would rest now, buried in salt for 40 days, undergoing its silent alchemy. The embalmers would move to other tables, begin other transformations, their chants overlapping in the hot, fragrant air. The times, beautiful house times, never truly slept. It was a factory of eternity, running on faith, labor, and the precise balance between devotion and craft. Outside, the sun dropped toward the horizon, turning the desert and the color of blood. From the workshop's roof, a single curl of incense smoke rose upward, twisting into the darkening sky. The families in the city below saw it and knew. Another journey through death had begun. The air inside the Times' beautiful house times was still, heavy with incense and salt. Beneath the high roof, the chief embalmer stood at the stone table, the body before him glistening faintly with oil. The prayers of purification had been spoken, the anointing had been done. Now came the most secret and unsettling part of the transformation. The removal of what must perish, the reshaping of mortal flesh into a vessel that could last forever. This was work that no family could witness. Only the priests of Anubis were allowed here, for what they were about to do was both sacred and terrible. The embalmer's tools were simple: a hooked bronze rod, a slender flint blade, a wooden spoon, and a set of polished bronze bowls. These were not weapons, but instruments of creation. He wore a mask of the jackal-headed god, and anointed his hands with resin, reciting softly, "Asterisk, I purify my hands, that I may touch the divine form. I am Anubis, the opener of ways, the guardian of the beautiful house." Asterisk. When his words faded, the work began. The first step was the removal of the brain. The Egyptians did not see the brain as the seat of the self. They believed consciousness lived in the heart. The head, they thought, was simply the container for the senses, the organ that looked and listened. So the brain, soft and fragile, was unnecessary for eternity. The embalmer inserted the bronze hook through the nostril, moving with practiced precision. The bone between the nose and the skull gave way with a faint crack, a sound almost lost under the murmur of chanting. With slow, careful motions, he stirred the hook inside, breaking up the tissue into a liquid pulp. Assistants turned the body slightly so the mixture could drain out through the nostrils, collected in a bowl, and later discarded in the sand. There was no horror in this act, only focus. The embalmers had performed it countless times. Each movement was as deliberate as a sculptor's cut into stone. The goal was not destruction but prevention, to stop decay before it began. Once the brain was removed, the cavity was rinsed with palm wine and packed with aromatic resins, cedar, myrrh, cinnamon, to dry and purify. The head was wiped clean, the face left untouched. The features had to remain recognizable, for the Times Bar Times would one day return and must know its own face. Next came the incision. The embalmer lifted the flint knife, its edge sharper than bronze, and marked a small line along the left side of the abdomen just below the ribs. The choice of side was ancient and symbolic. The left was the direction of the heart, of judgment, of rebirth. He whispered, "Asterisk, I cut only so that you may live again." Asterisk. With one swift motion, he opened the body. A thick scent of life spilled into the air, warm, metallic, and real. The assistants leaned in, ready with bronze bowls and linen cloths. One by one, the organs were removed. First the liver, dark and heavy. Then the lungs, soft and pale. The stomach and intestines followed, each separated carefully from its cords and vessels. The heart was left untouched. To disturb it would be to destroy the person's memory and moral center. Around the heart, the embalmer worked delicately, ensuring it remained secure. When the cavity was empty, He lifted his hands, glistening with oil and shadows, and whispered a prayer for forgiveness. Asterisk. I have taken what would have perished. I have left what must endure. Asterisk. Each organ was washed in palm wine and pure water, then covered in natron crystals of divine salt that absorbed all moisture. Over the coming days, they would dry completely, becoming light and preserved. When ready, they would be placed in 4 canopic jars, each guarded by one of the sons of Horus. These jars stood waiting on a nearby altar, their lids carved into sacred heads. The human-headed Imseti for the liver, the baboon-headed Hapi for the lungs, the jackal-headed Duamutef for the stomach, and the falcon-headed Quebesenuef for the intestines. Each jar was a miniature tomb, a world within a world. The embalmers placed the organs inside with offerings of oil and linen, whispering to each guardian god to watch over them until the day of resurrection. The empty body was now hollow, a vessel awaiting rebirth. The embalmers rinsed the cavity again with fragrant wine, then filled it with small packets of natron and bundles of aromatic herbs, myrrh, cassia, frankincense. The scent was overwhelming, sweet and strange, masking the scent of the earthly body with the perfume of eternity. In this mixture of salt and spice, flesh began its transformation from mortal to immortal, from decaying matter to incorruptible form. Throughout the procedure, assistants maintained a steady chant, a low, rhythmic invocation that kept fear and impurity at bay. Asterisk. You are pure, you are enduring, you are protected by the gods. You shall not rot, you shall not decay. Asterisk. The repetition was both prayer and lullaby, as though they were soothing the dead to sleep. For them, this was not violence but restoration. They believed they were helping the soul remember its divine origin. When the cavity was filled and sealed, the embalmer took a small plate of wax and shaped it into the Eye of Horus, the symbol of healing and completeness. He pressed it over the incision, sealing the opening both physically and spiritually. Over it, he spoke the words, Asterisk. As Horus healed the eye torn by Set, so is this body healed and made whole. Asterisk resin was poured to secure it in place. The wound disappeared beneath the dark sheen of preservation. The table was cleaned. The fluids drained through narrow channels into the sand outside, returning what was unfit for eternity to the earth. The embalmers washed their hands again in natron water and perfumed oil. Their work for the day was nearly done, but the transformation had only begun. The body would soon be placed upon a bed of natron for 40 days, during which every drop of moisture would leave it, leaving behind a form that neither time nor heat could destroy. Before closing the workshop for the night, the chief embalmer performed a small ceremony of atonement. Though their actions were holy, they had still cut into a human form, an act that required reconciliation with the gods. He lifted a small statuette of Anubis and bowed. Asterisk. Forgive us, divine guardian. We have done this to preserve your servant. Guide this body through the desert of death. Make it whole, make it eternal. Asterisk. The embalmers bowed in silence, the sound of burning incense filling the space like a sigh. When they stepped back from the table, the body no longer looked like the one that had been brought to them. The softness of life was gone. The lines of the face were sharper, the mouth set in stillness, the skin touched by the faint sheen of resin. Yet there was dignity in it, a sense of calm purpose, as though the person was not lost but waiting. The priests covered it with linen and left it to rest under the watchful eyes of the gods. Outside, the night wind carried the scent of natron and myrrh across the sand. Stars glittered above the western horizon, the same stars under which countless others had been preserved before. The embalmers extinguished their lamps one by one. Only the small flame before Anubis's statue remained, flickering gently, a reminder that death here was not an end but a long, careful beginning. Inside the Time's beautiful house asterisk, time moved differently. The days blurred into heat and chanting, and the smell of salt and resin hung like a constant veil. The embalmers worked with patience born of ritual, never rushing, never guessing. They knew that eternity required precision. Once the organs had been removed and the body cleansed, the most important stage began: the desiccation, the slow transformation that turned perishable flesh into something close to stone. This was the true alchemy of Egypt, not changing lead into gold, but changing a human being into an imperishable vessel for the soul. The priests brought in baskets of natron white, glimmering crystals gathered from the dried lake beds of the Wadi Netron. The substance looked like salt, but it was far more powerful, a natural mixture of sodium carbonate and bicarbonate, minerals that drew moisture out of anything they touched. To the Egyptians, natron was a divine gift, the physical embodiment of purity. They used it to clean their bodies, to polish temple statues, to purify altars. In death, it became the god's own breath, the substance that dried corruption and preserved life. Without natron, there could be no eternity. The body, already hollowed and packed with herbs, was laid carefully upon a slanted bed of stone. Beneath it ran narrow grooves, carved to allow the fluids to drain away. The embalmers poured handfuls of natron around the corpse until it disappeared beneath a small white hill. Every crevice, every curve of the form was covered. They poured until the smell of spices vanished beneath the dry scent of mineral dust. The priest recited a prayer, asterisk, "O salt of the gods, draw out the darkness, leave the light, drink the water of decay, that this body may rise pure." Asterisk. The natron began its silent work at once. It pulled moisture from the flesh, from every cell and vessel. Water, the essence of life, became the greatest enemy. It was what allowed decay to spread. The Egyptians understood this intuitively, if not scientifically. To live, one needed water. To endure beyond death, one had to be dried of it completely. The process was not violent, but inexorable. Over the hours and days, the body lost weight, shrinking gently as its fluids escaped. The skin tightened, growing dark and hard like aged leather. The face sharpened, the lips drew thin. In these changes, the embalmers saw not loss, but progress. The dead were leaving behind mortality, shedding the weaknesses of life. The air in the chamber grew dense with heat and the faint, clean scent of minerals. The only sound was the whisper of sand shifting when someone stepped. The embalmers left the body undisturbed, but they returned daily to observe. They did not speak during these inspections. They touched the surface lightly with fingers dusted in natron, pressing to test dryness. If it yielded, more natron was added. If it was firm, they nodded, satisfied. 40 days, this was the sacred number. The same length of time it took for a soul to reach stability, the same span the sun took to cross certain celestial cycles. Transformation, they believed, required 40 days of stillness. While the body lay buried in its mountain of salt, the embalmer's work continued elsewhere. The organs dried in their jars. Linen was woven in temple workshops, bleached in the sun, and perfumed with oils. Artisans carved amulets from carnelian, turquoise, and gold. Scribes painted new spells upon fresh papyrus rolls, spells that would be placed in the coffin to guide the soul through the darkness of the Duat. In another chamber, carpenters shaped the wooden sarcophagus, painting it with bright pigments, inscribing the name and images of protective deities. Every craft, every trade in Egypt contributed to the work of immortality. Outside the workshop, life continued. Markets hummed, children played near the river, and farmers sowed grain. But within these walls, the world held its breath. The priests spoke of the body as being in its cocoon, a chrysalis of salt and time. They believed that the times betimes still hovered near, visiting to watch its own transformation, drawn by the prayers and incense offered daily at the door. The priest of Anubis lit fresh charcoal, releasing coils of myrrh smoke that curled upward like soft grey serpents. "Guard this one," he murmured to the unseen god, "until the day of unwrapping." Weeks passed. The desert sun burned overhead, and inside the times, beautiful house times, the air remained dry as parchment. On the 40th morning, the chief embalmer returned to the chamber. He brushed away the mound of natron with a wide bronze scoop. What emerged from beneath the salt no longer seemed human in the ordinary sense. The skin was dark brown, the shape lean but intact. The mouth was closed in peace. The eyes, though empty, seemed merely asleep. The priests could recognize the person, yet the change was unmistakable. The body had crossed a threshold. It would never decay again. The natron that had done its work was now heavy and clumped, its crystals wet with absorbed moisture. The assistants gathered it carefully and carried it outside to bury in the sand, returning what had served its purpose to the earth. The table was washed with water and wine, then sprinkled with incense ash to purify it for the next soul. The priest then washed the preserved body in Nile water once more, a symbolic baptism of renewal. The resinous herbs were replaced with fresh linen soaked in oil, filling the hollow spaces with softness so that the body retained its familiar form. When the cleansing was done, the chief embalmer anointed the dried skin with sacred oils: cedar for preservation, myrrh for sweetness, lotus for divine breath. The fragrance filled the room, mingling with the faint mineral tang of natron. The embalmers worked with reverence, massaging the oils into the hardened flesh, restoring flexibility. To them, this was not preparation for burial but resurrection. The body had survived its trial. It had been purified by dryness, hardened against corruption, and infused with the breath of gods through oil and prayer. The priests then stood around the table and chanted a hymn that echoed from temple to temple across Egypt. Asterisk. You endure, you are strong, you are whole, you will not decay, you will not rot. Your body is firm, your bones are eternal, your face is radiant before the gods. Asterisk. Each voice carried certainty. They were not merely blessing the dead, they were instructing the universe to obey. Outside, the sun was setting over the desert, painting the dunes in shades of crimson and gold. The 40 days had done their work, but the ritual was not finished. The body was still only potential, awaiting the artistry of wrapping that would transform it fully into sacred object. The embalmers covered the body with a linen shroud and left it resting overnight, the air around it sweet with oil and incense. In the quiet darkness, the times, beautiful house times, seemed to breathe. The wind whispered through cracks in the walls, stirring grains of salt on the floor. Somewhere beyond the gates, a jackal called its cry, thin, almost human. The priests took it as a sign of blessing. For them, the sound of the jackal was the voice of Anubis himself, watching over the newly preserved form. The transformation was complete. The mortal had been dried of time, sealed against forgetting, ready now to be dressed for eternity. The 40 days had passed. The natron had done its work, leaving behind a body that was no longer living flesh, but a dark, dry vessel, light as driftwood, preserved, unyielding. It was no longer a human in any ordinary sense, yet not an object either. It was something between waiting to be made whole again. Now came the stage the embalmers called Time's the Restoration asterisk, the gentle art of giving shape back to what had been hollowed by time and salt. This was the part of mummification that demanded patience, not strength, and precision finer than any craftsman's trade. At dawn, the priests entered the chamber. Shafts of sunlight cut through small openings in the ceiling, illuminating the table where the desiccated body lay. The chief embalmer placed his hands upon it and whispered, "The water has gone, life remains." His apprentices began to unpack the baskets of materials prepared for this stage: bundles of fine linen, packets of sawdust, dried lichen, fragrant oils, and small bags of natron to guard against any lingering dampness. Each item had been blessed in the temple before use. The transformation began with the hollow spaces. The cavity where the organs once rested had collapsed inward, leaving the form shrunken. The embalmers filled it with linen pads soaked in resin and scented oil. These were pushed carefully into place with wooden tools, restoring the chest and abdomen to their natural shape. Sometimes, for greater fullness, they mixed sawdust with resin to create a firm substance that would harden inside the body, preserving contour. Each motion was accompanied by quiet prayer. Every handful of linen was not just padding but ritual. Asterisk. May your body be firm, may your form be whole, may your limbs remember themselves. Asterisk. When the cavity was filled, the incision was sealed. Over it, the embalmer placed a small amulet, an eye of Horus moulded from wax and resin. The symbol was more than decoration. It invoked healing, wholeness, the restoration of what had been lost when Seth tore the eye of Horus, and the god healed it again. A thin layer of resin was brushed across the wound to seal it, black and shining in the lamplight. In that moment, the act of cutting was undone. The body was again unbroken. Next came the face. The embalmers understood that recognition mattered. The Times Bar asterisk, when it returned, had to know the body as its own. The cheeks, hollow from desiccation, were filled from within the mouth with small rolls of linen soaked in oil. The eye sockets, empty now, were lined with linen pads and sometimes fitted with artificial eyes carved from stone or painted glass, so that the face would look peacefully alert. The nose, shrunken and hard, was padded to restore its shape. When the work was done, the priest looked down and whispered, "He looks upon himself again." Then the anointing began. Bowls of oil stood on the altar, cedar, myrrh, lotus, juniper, and cassia. The embalmers mixed them in precise proportions, warming them slightly over a flame until their fragrance filled the air. Each part of the body was massaged with oil, the head first, then the arms, legs, and torso. The oil softened the skin, made it supple enough to endure the layers of wrapping that would soon follow. As they worked, the priests chanted, "Asterisk, your flesh is renewed, your limbs are living, your scent is that of the gods." Asterisk. The sound echoed softly off the stone walls, rhythmic and slow, like breathing. Once the oils had soaked in, the surface was brushed with melted resin, sealing the pores, making the body gleam faintly as though polished with sunlight. The scent was rich and sweet, the same perfume offered to the gods in temples. To the Egyptians, scent was more than pleasure. It was essence. To smell of myrrh was to smell divine. The embalmer's task was to make the deceased acceptable to the gods, not through perfection of appearance, but through perfection of essence. The limbs were straightened and aligned. The hands, once limp, were crossed neatly over the chest or placed alongside the body, depending on custom and status. The fingers were carefully arranged, each wrapped in a thin strip of linen to preserve their shape. For nobles or royalty, small gold caps might be fitted over fingertips and toes, tiny gleaming protectors against harm. Beneath each hand, the embalmers sometimes placed an amulet, a scarab or a jed pillar, symbols of endurance and eternal life. The priests then adjusted the posture, positioning the body on a fresh linen sheet. The head was slightly elevated on a small block, carved from sycamore wood, a headrest, the same object used in life to keep the head cool during sleep. "So that he may wake renewed," the chief embalmer murmured. For the Egyptians, death was a kind of sleep, and mummification the careful making of a perfect bed for the soul to rest and rise again. When the restoration was complete, the change was remarkable. The hollow corpse had regained form and dignity. The skin, darkened by resin, shone with soft luster. The features were calm, almost contemplative. The priests stepped back to admire their work, not as morticians but as artists of the sacred. In their eyes, the body was a temple rebuilt after ruin, a vessel restored to receive its soul. Before the day ended, one final purification took place. The embalmer lit incense and circled the table 3 times, wafting smoke across the air. The smoke represented transformation, the passage from earthly matter to divine form. "Be whole again," he intoned, as Osiris was made whole by Isis. "Your body shall stand forever. Your name shall not fade." His voice faded into the drone of distant chanting from another chamber, where other bodies lay under the same sun, in the same care. Night approached. The embalmers covered the body with clean linen and left it to rest. The next morning would bring the wrapping, the most intricate and magical phase of all, when every layer of cloth would carry a spell, every knot a protection, every word a promise of eternity. But tonight, within the Time's beautiful house asterisk, the air was still. The lamps burned low. The priests whispered final blessings and withdrew. The body lay silent, whole once more. Outside, the desert wind brushed against the walls, carrying the faint cry of a night-bird over the dunes. Somewhere in the darkness, the Time's bar Times hovered, watching, waiting for the time when it could return to a body it would again recognize as its own. Inside, the scent of myrrh lingered, sweet, heavy, eternal. Morning light filtered through small openings in the walls of the Times. Beautiful house asterisk, casting thin blades of gold across the restored body. The embalmers gathered in silence, each carrying folded linen, bowls of resin, and small amulets carved from stone and metal. Today they would begin the sacred act of wrapping, a process that was part ritual, part craft, and entirely magic. To the Egyptians, this was the moment when the body, restored and purified, would become indestructible. The linen would not only protect, it would transform. The chief embalmer stood at the head of the table, wearing again the mask of Anubis. In his hand he held a strip of uncut linen and whispered the first blessing. "Pure is this cloth. It guards against the flame, against the serpent, against decay. May it hold together the parts of your soul." The assistants responded softly, their voices blending with the rustle of fabric. The wrapping began. The linen used in mummification came from flax grown in temple fields, harvested under prayer, and woven by women whose labor was itself an offering to the gods. Some pieces were fine and almost transparent, others coarser and stronger. The inner layers would cradle the body, the outer layers would display beauty and order. Each roll of linen was perfumed with resin, the scent a signature of eternity. The smell filled the air, sharp, sweet, and ancient. They began with the extremities. Fingers and toes were each wrapped individually, a gesture of care that acknowledged the importance of every part of the human form. Each digit received a few drops of oil before being enclosed in narrow strips of cloth. The embalmers murmured as they worked, reciting fragments of spells from texts older than memory. "You are protected from the knife. You will walk in the field of reeds. You shall not know corruption." The priests believed these words bound the fabric to purpose, sealing divine power into every thread. From the fingers and toes, they moved upward, hands, feet, limbs. The bandages overlapped in precise geometric patterns, figure eights around joints, spirals up arms and legs, a lattice that created both strength and symmetry. This geometry was not decoration, it was spiritual architecture, designed to mirror the harmony of the cosmos. Each crossing of cloth symbolized the weaving together of the body and soul, the visible and invisible worlds. Between layers, amulets were placed, small, bright fragments of divine language made solid. A scarab over the heart, inscribed with the words of Spell 30B. From the Times, Book of the Dead, asterisk. Asterisk. Do not rise against me as a witness. Do not weigh heavy in the scales. Asterisk. An eye of Horus near the wound, guarding it with the power of restoration. A jed pillar along the spine, the symbol of stability and resurrection. A tight knot of Isis upon the chest, red as blood, granting protection through the goddess's love. A headrest amulet under the neck, so the deceased might awaken in the afterlife as one refreshed from sleep. Each object was placed deliberately, accompanied by a prayer, a bow, a breath of incense. The wrapping continued. After every few layers, the embalmers paused to pour liquid resin over the linen, letting it soak and harden. The resin glued each layer to the next, forming a protective shell that sealed out moisture and decay. It darkened the fabric to the color of honey, giving it the sheen of something alive. The process was slow, rhythmic, hypnotic. Hours passed. The priest's chanting grew low and continuous, a sound like wind over dunes. As the layers thickened, the body began to change shape once more. It grew firm, elongated, unified. The individual parts disappeared beneath the linen, merging into a single form, no longer a person as they had been, but a new kind of being. This was the heart of Egyptian resurrection, transformation through wrapping, through the deliberate act of encasement. The linen was not concealment but containment, keeping the soul's essence within its vessel until it could awaken again. At certain intervals, the chief embalmer lifted his hands and blessed the work. You are hidden like Osiris in the cloth of Isis. You are guarded as Ra in the sky. No demon shall touch you. No worm shall eat you. You are complete. His voice echoed softly against the stone. The embalmers moved in silence, adjusting the cloth around the face, crossing it beneath the chin, folding it carefully over the crown of the head. When the body was almost entirely wrapped, the priest began the final layer. This cloth was the finest linen available, smooth, luminous, woven so tightly it gleamed like ivory. As he wound it, he spoke the most sacred passages of protection, naming each of the gods who would guard the dead in the underworld. Anubis, keeper of the necropolis. Thoth, scribe of truth. Osiris, lord of the west. May you all receive this one, true of voice, into your company. The names filled the chamber like light. Finally, when the last length of linen was placed, the embalmers poured one final layer of warm resin across the surface. It sealed the wrappings, dark and glossy. The body was now something new, a sacred object, a bridge between life and eternity. Around it, the air shimmered faintly with heat and incense. The transformation was visible. What had once been flesh had become a monument. Over the wrapped form, they placed the final adornments. A painted cartonnage mask, moulded from layers of linen and plaster, gilded and coloured to resemble the living face. The mask was both portrait and spell. The eyes were wide and serene, lined in black, gazing eternally toward the rising Sunday. The lips were calm, touched with red pigment, a symbol of speech restored. For kings and nobles, the mask might be gold, the metal of the sun, untarnishing and divine. For others, it was plaster or linen painted with devotion, each stroke of pigment a prayer. When the mask was set and the resin cooled, the chief embalmer stepped back and bowed deeply. "It is done," he said. The assistants echoed him in unison. "It is done." They stood together in silence, looking upon their work. Before them lay not a corpse, but a perfected form, the time's Sa asterisk, the spiritual body ready for eternity. The embalmer extinguished the lamps one by one until only a single flame burned before the statue of Anubis. "May your mouth be open to speak, your eyes open to see, your heart to love," he whispered. "You are Osiris now. You are eternal." Outside, night had fallen. The desert wind sighed against the walls, carrying the scent of resin into the cool air. Within the time's beautiful house asterisk, the wrapped form waited, still and shining, encased in the geometry of protection and the music of prayer. The work of mortal hands was complete. The next steps would belong to the gods. While the embalmers finished sealing the last layers of resin, another kind of work was taking shape elsewhere. A quieter craft, but no less sacred. In a shaded courtyard near the temple, a scribe sat cross-legged before a low table of papyrus rolls and ink jars. Around him, the smell of lamp soot and gum resin mixed with the dry perfume of crushed reeds. His brush moved with deliberate care, tracing hieroglyphs that curved and coiled like living things. Each line was a word of power, each word a weapon against death. This was the making of the Times Book of Coming Forth. By day times, what modern tongues would later call the Times Book of the Dead. Asterisk. No Egyptian would face the afterlife without it. To travel through the Duat, the realm of the dead, one needed a guidebook, a manual of passwords, hymns, and spells that could open gates, silence demons, and recall one's true name when memory began to fade. The living prepared it while the body was being mummified. By the time the wrapping was finished, the papyrus scroll was ready written, blessed, and waiting to accompany the soul on its journey. The scribe's reed pen dipped into black and red ink, black for the body of the text, red for words of emphasis or for the names of gods. His hand moved with the precision of prayer. He was not writing poetry or story, but a set of instructions so precise that one mistake might mean the difference between eternity and oblivion. To the Egyptians, language itself was magic. To write a word was to bring it into being. Every hieroglyph was both sound and power, and the act of inscribing it was an act of creation. The scrolls were not identical. Each Times Book of the Dead Times was unique, assembled according to the wealth and need of the deceased. For the rich, the papyrus stretched for meters, filled with illustrations and hundreds of spells. For those of modest means, a shorter text sufficed a few key chapters, perhaps the hymns to Ra, or the spells for transformation. Yet even a single line, if written and spoken correctly, could hold the force of a god. Death was democratic in this way. Knowledge, not birth, decided your fate beyond the tomb. The most important spells were always included. There were words to keep one's times bar times from wandering, to protect the times car times from hunger, to open the gates of the underworld, and to recall the name that anchored identity. Spell 125. The negative confession listed 42 declarations of innocence, to be spoken before the judges of the dead. I have not killed, I have not stolen, I have not lied, I have not caused pain. Spell 30b, engraved also upon a scarab over the heart, begged, O my heart, do not rise up against me. Do not betray me in the presence of the gods. There were spells for transformation too, so the soul could become a heron, a lotus, a falcon, a god of light. The Egyptians saw no contradiction in becoming many things. The afterlife was a landscape of possibilities. The scribe paused often, lifting his pen to recite the words he had just written. Speaking them aloud gave them life. In the heat of the courtyard, he murmured, You will not perish in the flame. You will not be devoured by the crocodile demon. You will not forget your name in the Hall of Two Truths. His voice blended with the hum of cicadas, the eternal sound of Egyptian summer. The work was long, but the reward was immortality. When the writing was finished, the scribe unrolled the papyrus and inspected it. The figures painted in red and yellow came alive under the sun. The deceased kneeling before Osiris. The heart weighed against the feather of Maat. The journey by boat through the Duat. At the top, he painted a single line of hieroglyphs in gold pigment, the name of the person for whom it was made. The name was the key. Without it, the spells would drift unanchored, unable to find their owner. To speak a name was to summon a soul. To write it was to preserve it forever. The scroll was then carried to the temple for consecration. There, priests burned incense and sprinkled water from the Nile over it, chanting blessings that transformed ink and papyrus into sacred text. The head priest declared, These are not words but doors. Through them shall the spirit pass unharmed. The scroll was then dried, rolled, and tied with linen cords, its edges sealed with wax bearing the mark of Anubis. It had become a map of eternity. While the body underwent its final anointings, the family visited the workshop to see the completed scroll. They traced the painted symbols with reverent fingers, the seated gods, the rivers of fire, the fields of paradise. Even if they could not read every word, they understood its meaning. It was protection, guidance, and memory. The priest told them, "This is his voice. This will speak when he cannot." The Times Book of the Dead Times was not meant for reading by human eyes once buried. It was written for God's and for the deceased's own spirit. In the tomb, it would rest beside the mummy, or sometimes within the coffin itself, placed near the hands or feet so the soul could reach it easily. Some scrolls were even wrapped within the layers of linen, hidden directly against the skin. The magic of the text did not depend on sight but on presence. To have it near was enough. Its words would awaken when needed, unrolling themselves in the other world like a map drawn in light. As the embalmers prepared the coffin, the scribe's work was done. He watched as the priests placed the sealed scroll inside, nestling it among the amulets and offerings. "Now he is not blind," the chief embalmer said. "He carries his wisdom with him." Outside, the desert wind stirred the dust, carrying the faint smell of ink and resin into the sunlit air. The gods of writing and preservation, Thoth, Seshat, were said to walk invisibly nearby, overseeing their craft with quiet satisfaction. The Egyptians believed that as long as the Times Book of the Dead Times existed, the soul would never be truly lost. Even if the body were destroyed, even if the tomb were forgotten, the written words would continue to work, whispering their power into the unseen world. Knowledge, they believed, could survive death, and through knowledge, so could the self. By the time twilight fell, the scroll lay silent in the coffin, its painted figures waiting for movement. The linen-wrapped body rested beside it, and around them the priest placed food, wine, and small statues, everything needed for the journey ahead. The next time the scroll would be opened, it would not be by human hands. It would open itself in the lightless realm beyond death, guiding the newly awakened soul toward judgment, toward eternity. Outside, the first stars appeared over the desert, bright and cold. The scribe washed his hands, cleaned his brushes, and whispered a final line before leaving. Asterisk. Words endure when stone crumbles. May these endure forever. Asterisk. And somewhere in the unseen, the gods nodded. The guidebook for eternity was complete. 70 days had passed since the final breath. The desert sun had risen and set over the times, beautiful house times, 70 times, and now, at last, the body was ready to leave it. Wrapped, perfumed, sealed in its coffin, the deceased was no longer merely human, but something transformed, a vessel fit to travel between worlds. Today would be the day of the procession, the crossing from the land of the living to the land of the dead. The family gathered before dawn. The city still slept. Only the soft light of early morning touched the rooftops. In the courtyard stood the coffin, resting on a wooden sledge carved in the shape of a sacred boat. Its prow curved upward like the solar bark of Ra, for every funeral echoed the journey of the sun across the sky and through the underworld. Around it stood priests, mourners, musicians, and servants, an entire miniature world, assembled to accompany the deceased one last time. At the center stood 2 women dressed in simple linen, their hair unbound, their faces streaked with ash. They were the Times kites of Isis and Nephthys, asterisk, professional mourners who embodied the goddesses who had wept for Osiris. Their voices rose in long, wailing notes that trembled through the still morning air. It was not lamentation alone, it was invocation, summoning the gods to witness. Their cries echoed down the street and over the fields, warning the unseen that a soul was on the move. The chief priest, wearing the leopard skin mantle of his office, raised his hands and spoke the first prayer of departure. The gates of the west are opened. The road to eternity is cleared. The Lord of Silence awaits. Incense smoke drifted upward, sweet with frankincense and myrrh, curling like invisible hands beckoning toward the horizon. The embalmed body, enclosed in its painted coffin, was lifted carefully onto the sledge. Beneath it, 2 oxen were yoked to pull the sacred weight. The procession began. At the front walked the priests of purification, swinging censers that released a haze of fragrant smoke. Behind them came attendants carrying small shrines, canopic jars, baskets of offerings, and the tools used in life. Each item would accompany the deceased into the tomb: food for the times, possessions for comfort, and miniature servants carved from wood and stone to labour on behalf of the soul in the afterlife. The air shimmered with heat and scent, the mingling of dust, incense, and human breath. Musicians followed, playing flutes and sistrums, whose metallic rhythms shimmered like sunlight on water. Their songs were both mournful and hopeful, for every funeral was an ending and a beginning, sorrow for the loss, joy for the rebirth. Behind them came the family, walking barefoot, garments torn in ritual mourning. Some carried jars of beer or water, others bore flowers from the Nile banks, lotus blossoms and papyrus reeds, symbols of regeneration. As the sun rose higher, the procession wound its way through the narrow streets. People stepped aside to watch, bowing their heads. The Egyptians did not hide from death. They understood that every life would one day make this same passage. The sight of the funeral was both reminder and reassurance, that the ritual still worked, that the gods still kept their promises. Children clutched their mothers' hands and stared as the wailing women passed, voices rising like the wind. At the edge of the city, the road widened, leading westward toward the desert. The contrast was stark, the green of cultivated land ending abruptly where the sands began. To the Egyptians, this boundary mirrored the boundary between life and death, fertile order giving way to barren eternity. The procession crossed that threshold, leaving behind the living world. The oxen strained against their yokes, hooves sinking into sand. The priests slowed their steps, chanting rhythmically to keep the pace steady. All along the road stood images of the gods' small stone shrines painted in vivid colour, statues of Anubis, Thoth, and Osiris. At each one, the procession paused. Offerings were made, prayers recited. Anubis, Lord of Embalmers, guide this one to the place of rest. Thoth, Recorder of Judgment, remember his name. At every stop, incense was lit and left burning, marking the path of the soul like beacons along a river. Midway to the necropolis, the procession reached the Nile. A ferry waited, its hull dark with pitch, its sails folded. The coffin and offerings were transferred carefully to the boat. The priest stepped aboard, followed by the family. The oxen were unyoked and led to the opposite bank to meet them. As the oars dipped into the water, the mourners fell silent. The only sound was the gentle splash of the river, the same river that had sustained their lives now carrying the dead toward eternity. The Nile's surface gleamed under the Sunday. To cross it westward was to follow the sun's own descent, mirroring Ra's nightly voyage into the underworld. The priest spoke softly over the sound of the current. As the sun crosses from east to west, so does this soul travel to rebirth. The family watched the eastern shore recede, the fields and houses fading into haze. Ahead, the cliffs of the western desert rose like pale gold walls, the realm of the setting sun, the city of the dead. When they reached the far bank, servants unlashed the sledge and pulled it up the slope toward the necropolis. The land here was dry and silent, broken only by the rustle of wind across stone. Tombs opened in the cliffs like doorways, each belonging to a family, a lineage, a memory. Some were grand, carved with columns and painted scenes. Others were simple, small chambers cut into rock. Yet each was a home, a dwelling for eternity. As they climbed, the priest sprinkled water from the Nile onto the sand behind them, symbolically linking the two realms. "The river follows you," he said. "Its life will not abandon you." The mourners resumed their chanting, softer now, voices fading as they approached the tomb. The oxen stopped before its entrance, their flanks streaked with sweat and sand. The coffin was lowered to the ground, the priests and family standing around it in a circle of heat and silence. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then the chief priest turned to the family. "He has crossed the desert," he said. "He stands at the door of the west." The two mourning women began to sing again, their voices trembling with both sorrow and triumph. The sound echoed against the cliff faces, rising to meet the open sky. It was the same song that had been sung for kings and farmers alike for thousands of years. A hymn of departure, of faith that death was not the end. At last, the priest signalled for the coffin to be carried inside. The air inside the tomb was cool, smelling of plaster and incense. The walls were painted with scenes of life and offering, the colours bright even in the dim light. The coffin was placed on its stone platform, surrounded by jars, baskets, and statues. The journey that had begun with wailing now ended in silence. Outside, the sun lowered toward the horizon. The family stood at the entrance, watching the priests prepare for the final ceremony, the time's opening of the mouth asterisk. The desert wind moved through their hair, carrying the faint scent of resin from the tomb. The priest's voice broke the stillness one last time. "He goes west to live. His name endures. His body rests. His soul will rise with the Sunday." The family bowed their heads. Behind them, the city shimmered faintly in the distance, the land of the living already another world. The procession had ended, but the true journey, the one through darkness, judgment, and renewal, was only beginning. The desert wind fell still as the priests gathered before the tomb. Inside, the coffin rested in silence, surrounded by offerings, bread, beer, oils, fruit, flowers, and the figures of servants carved to labour for eternity. Outside, the family waited beneath the fading light, the cliffs behind them burning gold with sunset. This was the hour when the sun god Ra entered the underworld, and it was at this hour that the times, opening of the mouth times, would be performed, the moment when the dead would awaken, their senses restored, their soul made capable of life once more. The ceremony began with the lighting of torches. Their flames swayed and hissed in the wind. The chief priest, wearing the spotted leopard skin of his office, stepped forward. In his hands he carried the sacred times, adze, times a curved blade mounted on a wooden handle, the ritual tool that would touch the mummy's lips and eyes. Behind him stood assistants holding incense, milk, and bowls of water from the Nile. Every gesture had meaning. Every word was a command to the gods. The priest raised the adze and spoke. "Your mouth was closed, but I open it. Your eyes were shut, but I open them. Your ears were stopped, but I make them hear again. You will speak, you will breathe, you will live." Two men brought forward a living calf. Its hide gleamed in the torchlight. One quick movement of the knife, and its foreleg was severed while still warm. The priest held it in his hands, blood still pulsing faintly, and pressed it gently against the coffin's mouth. "Life to life," he murmured. "Vital force to vital force." The Egyptians believed the energy of the living creature passed into the dead through this act, restoring animation and strength. The smell of blood mingled with incense and myrrh, the scent of mortality and divinity intertwined. The priest then moved around the coffin, touching its eyes, nose, and ears with the adze. For each touch he spoke a line. "I open your eyes that you may see the sunlight. I open your nose that you may breathe the wind of the north. I open your mouth that you may eat the offerings and speak to the gods." The assistants chanted responses. "You are alive again. You are renewed. You are true of voice." The repetition built like rhythm, each line adding power to the last. The sound echoed off the rock walls, as if the desert itself were joining in the ritual. Next came purification. Water from the Nile was poured over the coffin, washing away the dust of death. Milk followed, a symbol of nourishment and new life. The priest sprinkled salt for protection and waved burning incense to draw the favor of the gods. Then came the offering sequence, dozens of small gestures that reenacted the pleasures of the living world. Fresh bread was lifted to the lips. Beer was poured as though for drinking. Oil was dabbed on the brow. Linen was touched to the hands, as if clothing were being donned again. To the Egyptians, these acts were not symbolic but real. Through ritual precision, they restored the soul's senses, one by one. The chanting grew louder as the final offerings were presented. "Receive your sustenance," the priests intoned. "The smell of incense is sweet in your nostrils. The taste of beer is cool upon your tongue. Your heart beats in your chest. Your body is whole. You have come forth by day." The family wept softly, some covering their faces, others whispering prayers of gratitude. They believed their loved one was hearing them now for the first time since death, aware and present. In the doorway of the tomb, the sun dipped lower. Shadows stretched across the sand. The moment between day and night was sacred, for it mirrored the transition the deceased was undergoing from the darkness of death to the light of new existence. The chief priest raised his arms toward the setting sun and invoked the name of Osiris. "O Lord of the Western lands, receive your child. He has passed through the house of purification, through fire and salt, and he stands now before your gate. As you were raised from death by Isis, so may he rise." The final words were followed by silence, broken only by the crackle of torches and the sound of wind through the cliffs. Then the priest turned to the coffin one last time. He placed his hand upon the gilded face and spoke quietly, intimately, as though to the person within. "You are no longer silent. You are no longer blind. You have been opened. The gods know you. The earth remembers you. The gates of the west await." The hand lingered there, resting gently over the mouth that had just been symbolically restored, and then withdrew. The ritual was complete. To the witnesses, the transformation felt tangible. The atmosphere of the tomb seemed to change. The stillness became presence. The Egyptians believed that at this moment the times bar, times rejoined the times ka, asterisk, uniting to form the times ach times, the luminous, effective spirit. The deceased was no longer a mummy, but a living soul within the realm of the gods. The priests stepped back, bowing deeply, acknowledging the new being among them. Outside, attendants began arranging offerings at the tomb entrance baskets of bread, beer, wine, and flowers. Each item was placed with care, aligned with the rising Sunday. The family came forward to lay their hands on the sealed door, whispering their final farewells. They spoke to the deceased as if he were simply travelling to a distant city. "Rest well. May you walk among the fields. May your house be full. May your heart be light as the feather of Maat." Their words blended with the low humming of the priests, a sound that might have been prayer or wind or both. The ritual did not end with the family's departure. The priests remained behind for the closing act, sealing the tomb. They plastered the doorway with clay and pressed the signet of Anubis into the wet surface. A warning and a blessing, combined protection against intrusion and assurance of divine guardianship. When the last mark was made, the torches were extinguished. The darkness inside was total, but within that darkness was life. The family began the walk back toward the river. Behind them, the cliffs glowed red in the last light, and the faint smell of incense lingered in the air. Somewhere within the sealed chamber, the times bar time stirred for the first time, awakening into awareness, testing the boundaries of its new world. The times, opening of the mouth times, had done its work. The senses were restored, the body alive again in sacred form. The dead would now breathe the air of eternity. As the procession of mourners reached the edge of the cultivated land, the sun sank fully below the horizon. Night rose swiftly, deep and blue, and the first stars appeared, the same stars that marked the path of the blessed dead across the sky. The family looked up and whispered a single phrase used for countless generations. "He has gone west." To the Egyptians, That meant not loss, but return the soul, rejoining the endless cycle of setting and rising, death and rebirth. The ceremony had closed one world and opened another. The last footprints faded from the threshold, and fresh plaster at the doorway hardened beneath the priest's jackal seal. Inside, the air cooled at once, as if night had entered and decided to stay. Dust settled, incense thinned to a memory. Behind the painted fields and boats, where servants forever carried trays and flowers, nothing moved. The coffin rested on its stone bed, ringed by jars and baskets, a quiet architecture of promises arranged for the long hours to come. Outside, wind combed the cliff and went on toward the river. Inside, time gathered itself and waited. Darkness in a tomb is not the darkness of a shuttered room. It is complete, with weight and temperature, a velvet pressure against the eyes. After the opening of the mouth, the restored senses awoke, but they awoke into this wordless black. The newly quickened bar felt along unfamiliar boundaries, touching linen with a thought, tasting incense that no longer burned, hearing an echo of footsteps already gone. In the first minutes of afterlife, it learned what it meant to exist without breath, and yet remain, a steady flame cupped by stone. The space knew its purpose. The walls whispered with paint, a river to be crossed, a garden to be tended, a table set with bread and beer. To the living, these were images. To the dead, they were invitations, doors thin as pigment. Names repeated in rows along the plaster gave the soul its anchors, syllables that held it against forgetting. Where the name was carved, the world remembered. Where the name was spoken, the chamber brightened inside the mind. Identity did not vanish here. It nested, protected by colour and line. The coffin's interior was a second sky-blue vault, pricked with stars. Protective texts curved like constellations. If eyes had opened to it, they would have found comfort, but seeing was no longer bound to eyes. Perception spread like water across sand, moving through wood and stone. The bar recognized its own wrapped form not by sight but by recognition, like arriving home in darkness and knowing the doorway by the flavour of the air. Familiarity gathered around the body, gentle as cloth, and the soul grew still enough to listen. Silence pressed closer. In that silence, small sounds grew large. The distant slide of sand against the cliff, a tiny settling of resin on linen, the hollow tick of cooling stone. The bar tested motion. It slipped from the coffin as smoke slips from a jar, passed through wood as through water, and hovered at the room's centre. Offerings glowed with the idea of taste bread crisp with imagined crust, beer cool within a painted jar, figs opening like night flowers. The car stirred at their nearness, a remembered hunger soothed by presence alone. The first fear in that room was not death, which had already been survived, but smallness. The tomb felt enormous, and very close at the same time, a world of arm's-length distances that nevertheless contained forever. How long would the door remain sealed? How long would offerings come? The memory of the family's voices drifted like a warm current. Promises, blessings, old sentences that end with endurance. The bar listened to them fade and understood that the work ahead was not to wait, but to begin. For a while, there is no measure for how long in a place without light, the soul explored its house. It traced the painted canal to its painted horizon and learned that painted water could be crossed by intention. It examined the canopic chest, recognized the guardians' faces, and felt steadied. It read the spells on the walls not with eyes but by standing within their meanings until they kindled. Where a prayer said, "You will not be stopped at the gates," a gate in the mind unlatched. Where a line named a demon, the air around that name grew harmless. Then rest. The linen cocoon called like slow surf. The bar folded back into the wrappings, and the quiet inside the chest matched the quiet under the earth. This ebb and return would become a rhythm, leaving to learn the underworld's roots, returning to moor in the harbour of the body. The mummy was not a prison but an anchor, eternity required anchorage. Without it, a soul might loosen, thin, drift. With it, the soul could travel and come home. In this first night, that knowledge settled like sand after wind. Beyond the sealed door, dusk deepened into ordinary night. Inside, night was already perfect and permanent. Yet the tomb was not hostile. It was a womb of stone, close, protective, attentive to names. In that safety, the earliest understanding arose. Loneliness. Not terror, not despair, but the pure absence of other voices. The dead are born alone into their new world. Even the gods arrive later. Until then, there is resin's sweetness, the memory of hands arranging linen, the steady knowledge of one's own presence continuing. Gradually, solitude opened like a door. The book beside the coffin seemed to unroll by itself, not with crackle of fibre, but with meaning rising like a river. Words gathered in the silent air. Paths, names, passwords, songs. The spells felt familiar, as if remembered from before birth, as if the tongue had practiced them in sleep. The first assignment appeared without command. Learn the way out, not by breaking the seal, but by passing through stone, the way breath passes through lips without mark, without sound, without theft from the living world. So the soul rose again. It drifted to the stone mouth of the passage and paused, tasting the cool seam where door met wall. On the plaster the jackal mark gleamed faintly in the sense that is not sight. Guard me, the bar thought, and the thought was a prayer. Then it eased forward, through rock as a swallow through shade, and the chamber fell behind like a held breath released. The tomb did not diminish. It remained, inviolate, the address to which the soul could always return. The world outside waited a country of halls and rivers mapped in words and memory. But for one last moment, suspended between here and there, the bar looked back into the perfect dark and felt gratitude. Sealed and silent, the house of death was also the first shelter of new life. Everything needed had been placed within reach. Body, name, offerings, instructions, time. The door would hold. The darkness would keep its promise. And the journey, at last, could begin. It began as a tremor, a whisper of movement where none had been. The bar, the human-headed bird, stirred above the still form within the coffin. It had waited, learned the texture of darkness, tasted silence until it became flavor. Now it was time. The times, opening of the mouth times, had given it breath. The spells written on the coffin's walls called softly, like wind through reeds. One final vibration of will, and the bar slipped free, rising upward like incense smoke curling into eternity. There was no sound when it passed through the coffin lid. The movement felt neither fast nor slow. It was both flight and thought. The bar's wings shimmered, woven of memory and light. Its eyes, human eyes, still carrying the colour they had in life, opened upon the tomb. For the first time, it saw its own resting place. The jars, the painted walls, the offerings arranged like constellations on the floor. In that vision, the bar understood. This was home and prison, shrine and cocoon. It would always return here. But first, it must leave. It rose toward the ceiling. The stone was no barrier. To the bar, matter had loosened, become thin as fabric. It slipped through rock and emerged into night. For a heartbeat, there was only stillness then, the vastness. Above, a sky of stars so sharp they seemed to sing. Below, the desert stretched in waves of silver and shadow. The wind caught the bar's feathers, though it no longer needed air to fly. It soared, and in that motion felt something close to joy. Freedom after confinement, sky after stone. Yet the joy was fragile. The bar was newborn into a world both familiar and foreign. It could see the land it had known in life, yet knew it no longer belonged there. From the cliff edge, the bar looked down upon the necropolis. Hundreds of tombs punctured the rock face, each marked by offerings and incense fires still smouldering from the day's funerals. Wisps of smoke rose from cracks like threads connecting the living and the dead. Over each tomb hovered faint glimmers the souls of others, newly awakened, wandering near their bodies as it did. The air shimmered with their movements, an invisible swarm of consciousness. The bar felt kinship, but did not approach. Each spirit had its own journey, its own timing. Interference was forbidden. Beyond the cliffs stretched the Nile, dark and gleaming. The bar descended toward it, wings silent. It had always known the river's scent, water, silt, and green life. But now it sensed more. The Nile as a living god, happy, flowing between worlds. The surface reflected stars and temples alike, blending heaven and earth into one unbroken image. The bar hovered above it, marveling. It wanted to drink, to feel the current on its feathers, but remembered the words of the book. Asterisk, you shall not drink the waters of death. You shall drink only from the cool pools of the field of reeds. Asterisk. With reverence, it turned away. The living city lay across the river, faint with torchlight. The bar drifted closer, curiosity tugging at it. It could see rooftops, hear laughter from courtyards, smell the fires of kitchens. Life continued without it. Somewhere within those walls, a family slept its family dreaming, perhaps of the one now hovering unseen above the rooftops. The bar longed to call to them, to announce its continued existence, but knew the laws. To disturb the living was to lose balance, to forget one's path. So it only circled once, watching the slow pulse of the city's life, before turning back toward the west. There, beyond the necropolis, stretched the desert, the first gate to the Duat, the realm beneath the earth. The horizon seemed to tremble with faint light, neither dawn nor flame, but something otherworldly. The bar felt the pull of it, a magnetic invitation. The book's instructions stirred within its memory. Asterisk, follow the road of Ra. Pass through the shadow of the mountains. Do not look behind you. Speak the names of the guardians, and they will let you pass. Asterisk, the bar whispered the words, and they came effortlessly, as if remembered from before birth. As it flew westward, the air grew heavy, the stars dimmed. The world below changed no longer sand, but a vast plain of dim light and winding waterways. The bar had entered the edge of the Duat. It was not darkness but twilight, a perpetual dusk where distance was uncertain. The ground shimmered like glass, reflecting the sky's dim glow. Figures moved along distant paths, some human, some not. The bar felt both wonder and dread. Every Egyptian had heard stories of this place, the gates guarded by demons, the lakes of fire, the rivers that ran with light instead of water. A shadow rose ahead, the outline of a gate, its surface carved with flame-like patterns. Two guardians stood on either side, their forms shifting between animal and human. One carried a spear, the other a scroll. They spoke in unison, their voices echoing inside the bar's mind. Who comes to the door of night? What name do you carry? The bar hesitated only a moment before answering, using the formula learned from the book. I am the justified one. I am true of voice. I know your names, he who guards the threshold, and she who measures the hours. The demon's eyes glowed softly. Satisfied, they stepped aside. The gate swung open without sound. Beyond it, the Duat unfolded fully, an immense landscape of rivers, islands, and shadowed mountains lit by an inner glow. The air was alive with distant chanting, the sound of souls reciting spells as they travelled. In the far distance, the bar saw movement, a golden boat gliding across a luminous river. It knew what that was, the bark of Ra, carrying the sun god through his nightly voyage. To join it was the ultimate honour, but not yet. First, the bar must complete its trials, prove its knowledge, and reach the Hall of Judgment. For now, it hovered at the gate, absorbing the sight. The book's words came again. Asterisk. Go forth by day and by night. Return to your body when the journey is long. Rest in the coolness of your tomb, and rise again when called. Asterisk. The Ba understood. This first flight was reconnaissance, a testing of wings, a learning of directions. It would return to the tomb before dawn, for the body must never be left alone too long. Without reunion, the link would weaken. The Ba turned back. The flight home felt shorter. It slipped again through rock and silence, descending into the familiar darkness of its chamber. The scent of resin and linen greeted it like the breath of memory. The coffin waited, serene. The Ba folded its wings and settled upon the chest of the mummy, dissolving into the stillness of linen and time. Inside that union of spirit and form, warmth flickered faintly, something like sleep, something like peace. Outside, the first hint of dawn touched the horizon. The desert glowed grey, then gold. To the living, the sun's return was simply morning. To the dead, it was proof of promise. What set each night would rise again. In the sealed tomb, the Ba dreamed of flight, of gates and rivers and stars, ready to begin again when darkness came. Twilight lay over the Duat like a veil. The Ba hovered before a gate taller than any temple pylon, its surface alive with ember-red script that seemed to learn as it burned. 2 guardians stood beside it, their outlines slipping between jackal, hawk, human, and serpent with each blink. Behind the Ba, the thread leading home tugged softly. Ahead, the gate watched. From the book of coming forth by day, the Ba knew the rule. In this realm, doors yield to knowledge, not strength. Words are keys, and names are the turning of keys. Without the right utterance, flight becomes falling, and courage becomes sleep. The Ba gathered itself, remembering the painted glyphs placed beside its wrapped body. They unrolled in the mind like a river of light. The first guardian spoke. Name yourself. The Ba answered in ritual cadence, voice both thought and breath. I am the justified one, true of voice, born of the West, preserved by Anubis, nourished by offerings. I am the one who knows his name and does not forget. The guardian's eyes narrowed, bright as coals. And my name? The Ba replied without hesitation. You are he who guards the threshold, whose teeth are sharp, whose words bite the darkness. The title fitted like a turning key. Somewhere deep within the stone, hidden hinges sighed. Beyond lay a long hall lit by lamps without flame. At its end waited a second gate, dull as river mud at night. 3 figures stood before it. A doorkeeper with a reed of measure, a herald with a tablet, and a slayer whose knife reflected no light. Their questions came quickly, precise as pebbles. How long is this hall? What does the east wind say? What is the smell of the night barker? The Ba answered as the book had taught. 300 cubits. It speaks of coolness and clarity. It smells of cedar and night water. The knife turned aside, the tablet closed, the reed bowed. In the 3rd chamber the door was a net, cords of hieroglyphs, each knot a god's secret. A serpent lay across its middle, eyes unwinking. Around it prowled lean shapes whose paws left no prints. We are the catchers of names, they hissed. Give us 3 you have learned, and we will let one pass. Amnesia is a second death. The Ba bargained with careful gifts. I give the name of the river under flame, which drinks fire and returns steam. I give the name of the mirror sky, which hides stars at noon. I give the name of the patient gate, which opens only to one who waits. The net slackened. A gap appeared wide enough for a bird. Not all thresholds were riddles. Some required becoming. Before the 4th, the air rasped like oars on sand, and a voice commanded, "Cross as a bird." The Ba became a swallow and slipped through the smallest seam. Another called, "Cross as flame," and it became a spark. Cross as silence, and it was a moving pause that left no wake. These were not metaphors, but permissions, precise adjustments of being to need. Each success braided confidence tight around the soul. Between gates the Duat revealed indifferent beauties, a lake bright as hammered bronze where voices drifted like pollen, a reed field that sang in tones the living never hear, an island where statues exhaled dreams instead of air. At each sight the bar felt the tug to linger. But the book whispered, "Do not make a home before judgment. The true resting place lies beyond the scales." At the fifth, the challenge turned inward. A figure stepped forward wearing the bar's face. "Say my name," it demanded, "and I will not steal yours." For a breath the soul faltered. To know oneself in a land that shifts is the hardest magic. Then memory steadied. Threshing floor heat, a mother's voice, the weight of a childhood amulet, the private rhythm of laughter. "You are the one who remembers when forgetting is easier," the bar said. The double smiled and thinned like smoke, until it was only brightness in the air. The sixth smelled of storm. Lightning stroked the horizon without sound. A towering guardian lifted a staff carved with the feather of Mayat. "Speak the word that aligns breath with order." The bar spoke truth not as a syllable but as a balance, felt behind the ribs, and the staff lowered. To pass Mat's doorkeeper required more than memory. It required the posture of the heart. Thus, the pattern revealed itself. Question and answer, name for name, form to form, truth to truth. The gates did not crave blood. They wanted recognition. With each passage, the bar felt thinner, where fear had sat, and heavier where knowledge gathered. It understood why the living had laboured over papyrus and prayer. In this world, learning is the only armour that does not burn. At last the corridor changed from dusk to a steadier glow, like dawn deciding itself. The bar knew what waited in that light, the hall of two truths, where words would no longer persuade because the heart itself must speak. The final gate before the hall rose quiet and plain, almost modest after so much spectacle. Its guardian was a scribe, ink on his fingers, a reed pen tucked behind his ear. He smiled. "Name the thing even gods cannot change," he said. The bar did not consult the book. It listened inward, to the weight it carried and the feather it hoped to meet. "Measure," it said. The scribe nodded, as if he had been waiting to hear that answer since the first morning. The door opened on widening light. The bar moved forward, carrying passwords like torches, each name a small, bright sun held carefully in both hands, ready to set them down before the scales. The light ahead widened until it became a space. The bar hovered at its edge, feeling warmth without heat, brightness without flame. This was no ordinary chamber, it was the Hall of Two Truths, where eternity decided itself. The air here had density, as though every sound, every motion carried the weight of thousands of lives. The bar passed through its invisible threshold, and the world unfolded into order. The hall stretched farther than the eye could measure. Columns rose like trees of alabaster, their capitals shaped as lotus blossoms glowing from within. The floor was a mirror of polished black stone that reflected the ceiling, a sky spangled with constellations. Each star seemed aware, watching. In the distance, a throne stood upon a dais draped in green and gold. There sat Osiris, Lord of the West, his skin dark as fertile soil, his crown tall, his eyes calm as eternity. Beside him were Isis and Nephthys, silent witnesses to every fate. Before them, in rows, sat the 42 judges gods who ruled over the gnomes of Egypt, each with the power to judge one truth. The bar, now in human form again, felt smaller than dust. But it was not alone. Souls arrived continually, figures radiant or dim depending on the lives they had lived. Some trembled, some walked proudly. All were quiet. The air was thick with expectation, not fear but gravity. Every being here understood the stakes. This was not punishment, it was measurement. At the hall centre stood the great balance, the scales of Maat. One pan gleamed empty, waiting for the heart. The other held a single feather, white and flawless, plucked from the headdress of Maat herself, the goddess of truth and order. Her presence was everywhere. The symmetry of the hall, the clear air, the quiet that allowed no deceit. Even the light seemed made of her. Anubis waited beside the scales, tall and patient, black jackal mask gleaming. Thoth, ibis-headed, stood ready with his writing palette to record what would follow. Between them crouched Amit, the devourer, half crocodile, half lion, half hippopotamus, muscles coiled, eyes steady. She did not growl, she simply waited for failure. When the bar approached, the murmur of others faded. A herald's voice rang through the hall, low and even. Behold, the justified one comes before the assembly of gods. Let his heart be weighed, let his voice be heard. Anubis inclined his head, and the bar stepped forward, its footsteps echoing softly against the floor that reflected stars. Before the weighing could begin, there was speech, the negative confession, the declaration of innocence that opened the trial. The bar bowed and addressed the first of the 42. O wide of stride who comes from Heliopolis, I have not done evil. The god nodded and motioned to the next. O flame embracer, who comes from Kerahar, I have not stolen. Each judge asked in turn, and the bar responded, its voice steady, though its heart felt each word as a ripple of memory. I have not murdered. I have not caused hunger. I have not spoken lies. I have not taken food from the mouths of children. I have not turned my ear from truth. One by one the gods listened. Some had heads of men, others of falcon, ibis, jackal, or serpent. Their eyes were mirrors. The bar saw itself reflected 100 ways, angry, generous, foolish, kind. Each statement seemed to strip away a layer of dust until only essence remained. The declarations did not erase guilt or merit, they revealed balance. The hall was not a place of rhetoric. It was a place of recognition. When the last confession was spoken, silence followed. The words hung in the air like threads of gold and ash, weaving themselves into a tapestry of truth visible only to gods. Osiris lifted his hand slightly. The heart, he said. His voice was deep and patient, as though he had said it since time began. Anubis gestured. The heart, which had remained hidden within the chest of the mummified body, now shimmered into being, resting weightless in his hands. It was small and luminous, pulsing faintly with the rhythm of remembered life. He placed it upon one side of the scales. The feather upon the other side seemed to quiver with anticipation. The bar watched, motionless. Around it, the judges leaned forward, their expressions unreadable. The air itself held its breath. For a moment, the scales tipped one way, then the other, hovering between shadow and light. The slightest breeze of divine judgment moved across the hall. But before the verdict, Thoth raised his pen. Let the measure not yet be taken, he said. The words must precede the weight. He turned to the bar. You have spoken truth of deeds, now speak truth of self. Who are you, and why should you endure? The question was not accusation, it was invitation. The bar answered softly. I am the breath that remembers the body. I am the thought that survived the mouth's last word. I am the one who loved, who laboured, who feared, who learned. I seek to return to order, not to escape it. The words were simple, but they filled the hall. Maat herself seemed to incline her invisible head. Thoth nodded. So written. He stepped aside. Anubis adjusted the scales, and the heart settled again. The beam levelled, perfectly even. A murmur moved through the judges, neither surprise nor relief, only acknowledgement of harmony achieved. Osiris looked upon the bar. You are true of voice, he said. You have been measured and found in balance. Go forth, justified, among the company of the blessed. His words were not praise but decree, At their sound, Amit turned her great head away, uninterested in perfection. The threat dissolved. Anubis lifted the heart from the scales and placed it within the bar's chest, where it glowed like dawn through linen. Thoth recorded the outcome on his scroll, each stroke of his pen shining briefly before fading into permanence. The assembled judges bowed once, and their light dimmed slightly as the ritual concluded. The hall itself seemed to exhale. The bar felt lighter, as though something immense had been lifted, not punishment avoided, but a truth fulfilled. It turned to bow before Osiris, who raised his hand in acknowledgement. "The way to the field of reeds is open to you," he said. "But first, receive the welcome of those who have endured before you." From behind the throne, doors opened upon a corridor filled with soft light. Music drifted from beyond flute, harp, and voices indistinct yet familiar, the sound of belonging. The bar stepped forward, leaving the hall behind. The echo of the scales remained in its heart, the memory of perfect balance, of the feather that had not trembled. As it passed into the new light, the hall of judgment receded, silent again, waiting for the next soul to arrive, for the next truth to be measured against the calm weight of eternity. Silence returned to the hall of two truths, a silence holding sound in suspension. The bar stood before the great balance, aware of every breath it had ever taken, and of the spaces between breaths where choices had lived. Anubis waited with the patience of desert rock. Thoth watched with pen. Maat's feather shone like a sliver of dawn, the measure against which all measures were made. "Bring forth the heart," Osiris said. At that word, the thing most hidden became visible. The heart appeared in Anubis's hands, not as meat but as memory, pulsing with a quiet glow. It was warm with the touch of days lived, scalded by anger and cooled by forgiveness, heavy with promises kept and light with laughter. The bar felt it as both self and witness, a companion that had sat silently during every act and now stepped forward to testify. Anubis lifted the heart to his brow, then set it into the left pan of the scales. The beam quivered. Across from it the feather rested in the right pan, essence of order. It did not accuse. It simply was. The jackal god touched the balance once, the way a sailor touches a rope to feel the pull of wind. The hall leaned inward. Before the beam could settle, Thoth raised his pen. "Let the word be spoken that protects the heart from betrayal," he said, not as a loophole but as part of the rite. The bar inclined its head. From beneath the linen of memory, a phrase rose the spell, inscribed upon the scarab placed over the chest during wrapping. "O my heart which I had from my mother," the bar intoned, "do not stand up as a witness against me. Do not be hostile in the presence of the lords of things." The plea settled over the hall like oil. Anubis adjusted the beam with the slightest touch. The pans moved, then hung uncertain. Far below the dais, Amit's claws tapped stone once, not in hunger but in readiness. The bar's thoughts did not scatter. They arranged themselves into rooms and seasons. A morning in the fields, a noon of anger cut short before it became harm, an evening of bread divided when there wasn't enough, a night of silence kept when gossip begged to be spoken. The heart met each image with calm. "Be still," Maat said, though her lips did not move. The command was for the soul, not the scale. Stillness came like shade over water. The feather did not flicker. The beam hovered nearly level, so close that the mind could invent tilt where none existed. Thoth waited. Osiris did not blink. The bar felt a tremor of fear and recognized it as love for the world. To want to remain among the living and the blessed is not clinging, it thought. It is gratitude that wishes for more to give. Gratitude has weight, but it is not the weight of wrongdoing. It is the weight of the cup that carries water. The heart heard that thought and softened, not by growing lighter, but by remembering joy without envy, effort without bitterness. The beam tipped minutely toward the feather, then drifted back. Thoth's pen hovered. "Truth holds," he murmured. But the ceremony was not finished. The heart must answer one more question, though no voice asked it aloud. Are you yours, or are you everyone's? The bar understood. Life had not been a private garden. It had been irrigation labour, meant for many fields. In that understanding, something unclenched. Anubis stepped aside so that the feather's light fell directly upon the heart. A faint chiming sounded. The pan stilled. The beam found perfect line. Thoth marked the verdict with a stroke that flashed and then sank. True of voice, he said. The hall breathed again. Amit lowered her head to her paws and closed her eyes, sated not by flesh but by the rightness of the result. She is not a monster of hatred, the bar realized. She is the end that honors beginnings. To spare a false heart, the second death would be to betray the fields of the blessed. Mercy and justice here are not enemies. They are two banks of the same river. Osiris rose. The crook and flail shone in his hands. Receive your heart, he said. Carry it as a lamp. Anubis lifted the heart and placed it back into the bar's chest. Warmth spread through the soul like sunrise through a house. The body remembered its rooms. The mind remembered its windows. The heart fit perfectly, not as burden, but as center. If any fragment still accuses, Osiris continued, let service answer it. The meaning rippled outward. The ease in the field of reeds would not be idleness, but participation in order work without exploitation, joy without theft. The bar bowed. In accepting eternity, it accepted duty. Thoth rolled his scroll, tied it with a cord, and tucked his pen behind his ear. Remember, he said, for memory is also mart. Forgetting is a kind of chaos. The bar promised without speaking. Anubis inclined his head. Before departing, the bar looked once more at the scales. They seemed simple now, wood and beam and pans of beaten metal, yet the world depended on them. In their quiet geometry lay a philosophy, that everything meets something beyond itself, and the meeting is the measure. It thought of the living, how they weighed words against silence, hunger against fairness, desire against truth each day, a rehearsal for this moment. Go forth, Osiris said now. The gates of the blessed open to you. The bark of Ra will welcome your strength if you choose its road. The fields will welcome your hands if you choose their work. The dead will welcome your name. It turned toward the exit that was not an exit but a widening. The judges watched like water. Behind, the scales stood truly ready for another heart, another story, another chance to match a feather too light to see but heavy enough to hold the world. As the bar crossed the threshold, the hall remained, a steady centre in the turning of all things. Outside, a breeze carried the scent of barley and river. The soul stepped into it with its heart relit, not emptied of the past but clarified by it, and felt how relief can be both softness and strength. In the quiet that followed, gratitude rose not as a shout, but as a clear, enduring silence. The gods understood perfectly. The hall of judgment dimmed behind the bar, its echoes fading into a calm that felt like deep water. Ahead, light unfurled in a soft radiance, neither sunrise nor torchlight, but something constant and alive. From that brightness came the sound of flutes and distant chanting, the hum of life renewed. The bar stepped forward, drawn toward the dais where Osiris waited, enthroned within a bloom of green and gold. Horus appeared first, his falcon eyes bright as the eastern sky. He held out his hand, and the bar felt the pressure of strength and kinship. Come, Horus said. My father waits to receive you. His voice was music, smooth as running water. The bar followed him along a shining path that wound through columns painted with lotus and papyrus. The twin plants of Upper and Lower Egypt united. Every detail of the space seemed alive, the stone glimmering as if breathing, the hieroglyphs shifting faintly like fish beneath clear water. At the throne's base, the air smelled of myrrh and newly opened flowers. Isis and Nephthys stood on either side, their wings unfurled in greeting. Osiris looked upon the bar with the gaze of one who knows all stories, because he has lived them. His voice was quiet, yet it filled the chamber. You have been weighed and found true. You have spoken the words, and they have answered you. You have walked through fear and not been undone. Be welcome among the justified. The bar knelt. Horus spoke again, addressing his father. I have brought before you your son, the justified one. His heart has been weighed against the feather of Maat, and has not been found wanting. Let him pass as the living among the living. Osiris nodded, his expression neither stern nor tender, but perfectly balanced. Then let him share in what is eternal. He rose, slow and steady, like a tree emerging from the earth, and placed his hand upon the bar's head. The touch carried warmth and coolness together, the sensation of sunrise and river water at once. You are no longer a seeker, he said. You are Osiris. Name. Your name is written in the west. Your voice is true. Your car is fed. Your bar is free. Rise as arc shining, effective, whole. A rush of light entered the bar, and for a heartbeat it ceased to distinguish between itself and the god before it. The boundaries of individuality blurred, then steadied again, leaving the soul changed. To become time's archetymes was not to dissolve into divinity, but to become luminous with it, to reflect godhood rather than contain it. The bar felt a current flowing through every part of itself, connecting memory, body, and eternity in one pulse. It was like inhaling for the first time after holding one's breath for 1,000 years. Behind Osiris, a great veil of light parted. Beyond it stretched the horizon of paradise, the field of reeds. The bar glimpsed wide canals glinting with sunlight, endless green fields swaying in gentle wind, and the silhouettes of souls working joyfully among tall grain. The scene shimmered as if seen through tears, though tears were no longer possible. This, Osiris said, is the place prepared for the justified. Here none hunger, none thirst, none toil in sorrow. Each reaps what he has sown. Each drinks what he has poured. The bar's heart lifted, but Osiris continued. Know also that blessedness carries duty. You shall help maintain the order that sustains creation. When Ra travels through the night, you will lend your strength to his bark. When Maat wavers, you will steady her feather. The gods are eternal because the justified join them in labour. The words were not burden but invitation. To serve was to belong. The bar bowed again. I will work where I am needed. I will tend the fields. I will guard the balance. I will remember. Isis stepped forward, her eyes the colour of deep water. In her hands she held a wreath of flowers, each blossom shining with its own faint light. She placed it around the bar's shoulders. You are blessed, she whispered. You are remembered. You are loved beyond time. The touch of her hands carried the scent of the Nile at dawn, the memory of the living world transmuted into peace. Then Nephthys spoke, her voice lower, shaped by dusk. Do not fear darkness. It has been your teacher. Without it, you would not have seen the light so clearly. She lifted her hand, and the shadows at the edge of the room softened, revealing not threat but rest. Osiris extended his arm, pointing toward the veil. Go, arc of light, enter the field of reeds. There you will meet your kin and those who came before. The houses are built, the boats await, the bread is warm upon the table. You have earned your rest, your work, your place in the eternal order. Horus placed his hand on the bar's shoulder once more. Come, he said again, but now his tone held joy. Together they walked toward the brightness. As they neared the threshold, the light resolved into a gate shaped like two tall reeds bending toward each other, their tips forming an arch. Music drifted through harps, drums, voices singing the names of the justified. The bar turned once, looking back at the throne. Osiris sat again, already greeting another soul brought forth by the gods. Around him, the judges resumed their eternal patience, Thoth recording, Anubis watchful, Ammit drowsing at his feet. The scene was timeless, serene. For a moment, gratitude filled the bar so completely that it felt like another form of light. Then the gate opened. A cool breeze brushed its face, a breeze that carried not scent but memory, the smell of wheat harvest, of river mud after rain, of the laughter of friends long gone. The bar stepped forward and crossed. The world changed. The sky became blue without horizon, the ground soft and green. Water sang through the canals, carrying the reflections of palms and clouds. Souls walked among fields that never failed, reaping grain that grew taller than themselves. Some looked up and smiled, recognizing the newcomer. Their voices rose in welcome. True of voice. Justified. Come and dwell among us. The bar felt weightless but grounded, a perfect balance between motion and rest. The heart within its chest glowed with steady gold light. For the first time since dying, it felt fully alive, more alive, perhaps, than it ever had before. In the far distance, beyond the reeds, a golden bark sailed upon the waters of eternity, the sun gleaming upon its prow. The bar knew it would someday join that journey, fighting beside the gods to keep chaos at bay. But for now, it simply stood in the warm light, feeling the breeze that never ceased, hearing the laughter that never tired, and knowing that, at last, it had come home. In the heart of the Egyptian imagination, the world of the dead was not a void but a country, vast, layered, and knowable. They called it the times Duat *, the realm beneath the earth and beyond the sunset, where gods and souls moved through a landscape both physical and spiritual. To the newly justified, it unfolded like a dream half remembered, at once familiar and strange. The bar, now radiant with the strength of the times *, gazed upon it and felt awe. This was no place of eternal stillness. The Duat was alive. From the field of reeds, the horizon bent outward like a vast mirror. Through that curve the soul could see the structure of existence. Above, the world of the living and the blue vault of Nut, the sky goddess arched across creation. Below, the winding corridors of the Duat, 12 divisions, echoing the 12 hours of the night. Between them, the bark of Ra sailed eternally, carrying the sun through darkness so that it might rise again. The bar understood then that the underworld was not separate from the living world. It was its foundation, the shadow that gave form to light. Each hour of the Duat had its geography, its inhabitants, and its trials. The first hour was the gate of the west, where the sun entered at sunset and where the newly dead arrived under the guidance of Anubis. It was a place of thresholds, desert cliffs, opening into caverns glowing with the last red light of day. Spirits gathered there, disoriented and trembling, waiting for recognition. Those with knowledge of the correct spells found paths of gold leading deeper. Those without lingered in confusion, clinging to the sound of prayers from the living world. Beyond this gate stretched the second division, the River of Night. It wound through valleys of shadow, its waters black and calm, reflecting not the stars but memories. Souls crossed it on ferries made of light or swam if they remembered the words to keep from sinking. Crocodile demons waited in its depths, guardians rather than enemies, for they tested the courage of travellers. To the Egyptians, courage itself was a form of truth. The cowardly would dissolve here, their essence scattered among reeds that whispered forever. The third division rose in flame. Lakes of fire lit the darkness, not with destruction but purification. Here, the unjustified faced torment. The justified merely passed through, their forms glowing as if forged anew. The flames were the anger of Ra, burning away what could not enter eternity. Along the shores of these lakes, gods of heat and transformation tended the fires, singing hymns that sounded like thunder. The bar passed through, feeling neither pain nor fear, only the strange sensation of being refined. In the fourth division lay the desert of Sokar, the most dangerous region. Here, The boat of Ra could not sail upon water, for the river ended in dunes of sand and bone. The gods themselves had to drag the bark across the ground by ropes, while chanting words of power to keep it moving. Beneath the sand, serpents of darkness waited to strike, embodiments of chaos kept at bay by vigilance. For the Ba, this was the test of endurance, the understanding that even gods must labour to keep order from collapsing. The soul who joined them here would learn the sacred rhythm of effort and renewal. The 5th division was a field of silence, its air heavy and still. Here drifted the Time's muted ones, Time's souls who had died without proper rites, whose names were forgotten. They wandered aimlessly, unable to speak the words that would free them. The justified paused, only to whisper a blessing, for compassion was part of Mayat's balance. To give remembrance to the nameless was to strengthen the order of things. A single spoken name, even guessed, could create a small star in that silent expanse. The 6th division shone with water, again a lake of turquoise light, bordered by reeds taller than mountains. This was the resting place of the blessed who had no desire to travel farther, where they could gaze upward and see the sun's nightly journey as a golden glow through the ceiling of darkness. Their laughter sounded like wind through the reeds, gentle and endless. The Ba knew it could stay, but purpose called it onward. To remain still forever would be another kind of death. Beyond lay the 7th division, where Ra confronted Apophis, the great serpent of chaos. The geography here was alive with tension. Rivers boiled, stars flickered, and the ground itself heaved as if breathing. Every night, the sun god and his allies fought the serpent to ensure that dawn would come. Even the justified felt the pull of fear here, but they joined their voices to the chorus of spells chanted by gods and guardians, strengthening the light that pierced the serpent's coils. Victory was never permanent, for the battle renewed each night. Yet renewal was the point. Without conflict, there could be no sunrise. The remaining divisions unfolded like stages of ascent. The 8th through the 11th were lands of transition, gardens of lilies and papyrus, caverns filled with radiant mummies waiting for their moment to awaken, and fields where the stars themselves grazed like cattle. The Duat was not linear but cyclical, spiraling inward toward understanding. Time here folded upon itself. A soul could see its past and future as neighbouring landscapes. Finally, in the 12th division, Ra reached the cavern of rebirth. The Barquet entered the mouth of a colossal serpent, travelling through its body as through a tunnel of light. When it emerged, the serpent's head opened onto the eastern horizon of the living world, and the sun rose once more. The Ba realized that this was not merely myth, but the shape of the cosmos. Life fed death, death fed life, and both were maintained through vigilance and harmony. Between each division ran smaller pathways, tributaries of the great river, side roads used by souls and minor gods. Some led to the paradise fields, others to regions of punishment, and some to the hidden workshops of deities who repaired the machinery of the universe. To know these paths was power. The Times, Book of the Dead Times, had mapped them in words and symbols, but only experience could reveal their beauty and danger. The Ba understood now why the living had filled tombs with texts, maps, and images. To imagine the Duat was to rehearse eternity. Standing upon a hill of dark stone, the Ba looked across the endless geography, the luminous rivers, the burning lakes, the fields of silence, and felt both humility and purpose. The Duat was not meant to be escaped. It was meant to be traversed, understood, and harmonized with. Every soul who passed through became part of its design, contributing to the eternal rhythm that kept the sun rising and the stars turning. From the horizon came the faint sound of drums, the calling of the next hour, the next journey. The Ba spread its wings. The air of the Duat shimmered with light that was not light, guiding the way forward. As it took flight again, it carried a single thought, that even in the realm of the dead, geography was not a map of places, but of meanings, the terrain of transformation itself. The Duat, for all its beauty, was not gentle. It was a living engine built to test the soul, its pathways patrolled by beings that embodied everything left unbalanced in the universe. The Egyptians called them times Pesejet, Herefet, times the hostile ones, the devourers, the restless. To the newly justified, these entities appeared not as random horrors, but as necessary opposites, guardians of limits. They were the shadows that made light visible. Still, their presence filled even the bravest hearts with quiet dread. The bar's wings beat lightly as it descended toward one of the darker channels. Around it, the air thickened, and the glow of the fields gave way to a dull crimson haze. Ahead, a gate rose out of the mist, and at its base crouched a creature with the body of a man and the head of a scorpion. In one hand it held a chain made of smoke, in the other a torch that gave no light. Its voice, when it spoke, sounded like dry reeds scraping. "Name yourself," it said. The bar gave its name, and the creature hissed softly. "Then pass, but remember, not all who guard the way are kind." The Duat was full of such encounters. Some demons were ancient servants of the gods, created not from malice but from function. Their duty was to repel the unworthy, to burn away deceit, to measure the courage of travelers. Others were accidents, spiritual refuse born from human fear, anger, and unfulfilled desire. These were the dangerous ones, shapeless and hungry, clinging to what they could never again possess. The Egyptians did not imagine evil as absolute. They saw it as excess, imbalance. Each demon was the overflow of something once natural. Hunger without satisfaction, vigilance without mercy, solitude without peace. The bar's guidebook had warned of them. On the papyrus, rolled beside its body, were their names and their weaknesses. He who lives on maggots, the one who fed upon decay, she who dances in blood, whose laughter turned courage to dust, eater of shadows, who devoured memory, flame face, who burned truth until it screamed. Each had a counterphrase, a spell that named and bound them. To speak a demon's name was to seize its essence, for the Egyptians believed that knowledge was the ultimate weapon order imposed upon chaos through the architecture of language. As the bar travelled deeper, it met a pair of gatekeepers shaped like lions with wings of flame. They demanded the passwords for passage. "Say the secret of your throat," they growled. "Say the secret of your heart." The bar answered, "My throat speaks only truth. My heart is light as Mart." The fire dimmed, and the lions stepped aside. The words were more than replies. They were affirmations, aligning the traveller's essence with cosmic law. To lie here was to invite disintegration. Honesty itself was a shield. Farther along, serpents coiled across the path, their scales black as polished obsidian. Some were small, others large enough to encircle temples. The most terrifying bore the name times Apophis Asterisk, though this was only one of his forms. Apophis was chaos, given motion. The endless serpent who sought to swallow Ra's Barke and extinguish light forever. Every night, even gods feared his strike. Yet each dawn proved his defeat temporary, his destruction incomplete. To exist, order required resistance. To conquer, it needed something to conquer. The bar saw the serpent's vast shape writhing in the distance, and felt no hatred, only understanding. This was struggle made sacred. But not all demons served balance. Some haunted the lost corridors between the regions, feeding on confusion. One appeared as a mass of faces whispering lies. "You will fail," they breathed. "You are not worthy." The scales were false. The bar trembled. Doubt was their weapon, belief their prey. Closing its eyes, the bar remembered the judgment hall, the feather, the level beam. It spoke a single name from the book its own, and the murmurs dissolved into ash. In the Duat, self-knowledge was light. Certain spirits roamed in packs, hunting the careless. They wore fragments of armor, and carried spears made from the bones of those who had strayed before. When they struck, they did not wound flesh but will, binding travellers in webs of despair. To face them, one needed calm more than force. The bar recited a spell of stillness, summoning the power of Maat to smooth the waters of its mind. The hunters saw their reflection there, clear, unchanged, and turned away, unable to grasp what did not resist. Even places within the Duat could act as predators. There were lakes that looked inviting but were made of poison, mountains that whispered until climbers walked willingly into crevices, shadows that peeled away from their owners and walked on their own. The bar learned to test each path with thought, each surface with the name of Ra. Light, even imagined, was a compass. The Egyptians depicted these beings on tomb walls not as horror but as instruction. The demon with knives for fingers, the crocodile-headed giant, the fire-breathing sphinx, they were reminders that existence required vigilance. Every painting, every spell was an inoculation. To know fear's face was to blunt its power. Children, growing up along the Nile, would have heard their names as bedtime tales. Terrifying, yes, but also orderly, familiar. In Egypt, to map the night was to make it survivable. For the justified soul, the demons no longer posed lethal threat, but the bar's encounters with them were not meaningless. Each confrontation was a conversation with the leftover parts of itself. The anger it had buried, the pride it had mistaken for strength, the sorrow it had never voiced. In meeting them, it reclaimed balance. The Duat demanded honesty, even with one's shadows. The most unsettling of all were the name thieves. These spirits crept behind travellers, trying to steal their identities, whispering false names into their ears, until confusion made them forget their own. To lose one's name here was to vanish utterly. The bar carried protection against them. A cartouche etched on its coffin, the living family's prayers repeated by priests above the ground, the record kept by Thoth himself. The voice of remembrance from the living world reached faintly through the layers of earth, like a heartbeat through stone. "We speak your name," it seemed to say. "We remember." The name thieves fled at that sound, for memory from the living world burned hotter than fire. At last, the bar reached a tranquil stretch of the underworld, where the demons dared not walk. A river of light flowed beside it, filled with tiny golden fish that were said to be the transformed souls of those who had conquered their fears. The air here hummed softly, vibrating with balance restored. The bar rested on the bank and realized that the Duat's dangers were not punishments but mirrors. Each horror had demanded recognition, and by recognizing, the soul had grown. The Egyptians knew that paradise without peril was fragile. The Duat's monsters were part of its ecology, as necessary as the gods. Even chaos had its place. Without it, creation would stagnate, and Ra would have no reason to rise. The bar looked back along the path. It had taken the serpents, the fires, the whispering shadows, and felt gratitude. Fear had been a teacher. Above, the unseen sun moved through the serpent's body toward dawn. Light, faint but certain, began to ripple along the horizon of eternity. The bar rose from the riverbank, stronger now, knowing the names of all that had tried to unmake it, and understanding that to name a thing was never to destroy it, but to place it in harmony with everything else. Beyond the calm river of light, the Duat deepened again, curving downward into colder air. The bar hesitated at the boundary, feeling a pull of sorrow rather than fear. Not every soul that entered the underworld found the peace of the field of reeds. Some, heavy with falsehood or cruelty, had come to these lower regions. The Egyptians called them the places of reversal, where what had been misused in life turned upon its owner. The bar descended not to linger, but to witness and understand, for even perfection must remember the price of imbalance. The first sound was weeping, thin as wind over distant sand. Then came the clang of iron and the hiss of unseen fires. The landscape unfolded, a vast plain divided by channels of flame and black water, each ruled by its own overseer. Demons here were not chaotic but administrative, the bureaucracy of divine justice. They carried scrolls and lists, reciting names of those who had failed judgment. Each punishment was precise, tailored not by cruelty, but by symmetry. At the edge of the plain rose a lake, red and shimmering. The air above it trembled with heat. A line of souls stood upon its shore, heads bowed. A guardian with the head of a falcon called their crimes as they stepped forward. One had used words to harm. His tongue was taken by fire. Another had hoarded grain while neighbours starved. He was cast into the lake, forced to swallow flame until he learned the taste of his own greed. There were no screams, only the sound of burning water and quiet acceptance. In Egypt's vision of justice, even torment was correction. Nothing was eternal except the lesson. Farther on, the bar saw the field of knives. There, those who had used violence to serve their own hunger were met by shadows bearing their own weapons. Swords clashed soundlessly. The combat never ended, not as torture, but as reflection, rage, fighting rage until both dulled into exhaustion. When the heart of a warrior learned humility, his shadow would fall away, leaving him free to rise toward the light. Some would take centuries, others only moments. Time in the Duat obeyed the speed of understanding. A valley opened next, its floor rippling with dark water. The air smelled of rot and salt. This was the place of annihilation, feared even by the gods. Here dwelled the souls who had destroyed what could never be restored, the desecrators of temples, the breakers of oaths, the killers of the defenseless. Their names had been erased from living memory, their bodies lost to sand. Without remembrance, they had no form. They drifted as shadows, barely conscious, until they dissolved into the black water, true oblivion, the second death. Even here, the bar felt no triumph, only pity. To be forgotten was the final sorrow. Climbing from the valley, the bar entered a chamber where punishments were stranger. Demons with scaled wings turned wheels that ground no grain but time itself. Each revolution replayed a life's choices in reverse. A liar tasted his own falsehood. A thief returned every stolen thing 1,000 times over, only to watch it taken again. This was not vengeance but balance restored, the cosmic accounting of cause and effect. The gods did not torment, they reminded. The bar continued, and the air began to cool. The light dimmed to a muted blue, and for the first time the traveller heard laughter, not joyous, but relieved. Here was the hall of release, where those who had endured enough were gathered. Their punishments complete, their forms steadied, they waited for Osiris's decree that would allow them another chance at order, perhaps a place in the lower fields, perhaps rebirth among the living. Egyptian belief held that even failure was not final. Regeneration was woven into the universe's design. The Duat punished to teach, but also to cleanse. The living sun would rise for all. The bar paused beside a group of souls seated around a small flame. Their faces were calm. One spoke without moving its mouth. "We were merchants who cheated the scales," it said. "We measured grain for others as we wished it measured for ourselves. Now we have learned the true weight of things." Another added, "We will walk with the sun when he passes again." Their peace was quiet, earned through long reckoning. The bar bowed to them, understanding that mercy and justice were not opposites here, they were the same act seen from different sides. Deeper still, the bar reached a gorge, spanned by a narrow bridge of reeds. Beneath it churned a river of darkness, alive with shapes. The bridge was for those who had harmed through indifference, who had seen injustice and turned away. Each step across required remembering those moments of silence. Some crossed quickly, accepting the weight of what they had ignored. Others hesitated, the bridge bending beneath them until they fell into the current, where the memories of the forgotten pulled them under. The bar crossed lightly, but the lesson left an ache like frost behind the heart. Beyond the gorge stretched a field of cold ash, the final region of punishment. No fire burned here. It had already done its work. Souls knelt in the dust, their forms grey and faint. Yet above them shone a thin beam of light, a promise that even in ruin, renewal awaited. From this place, Osiris would one day call them when the balance of their hearts was restored. They would rise, purified by their own sorrow, to walk again beneath the Sunday. The Egyptians saw eternity not as division between good and evil, but as movement toward harmony. Even in darkness, order continued. The bar turned from the field, ascending toward warmth. The cries behind grew softer, replaced by wind moving through invisible reeds. As it climbed, it understood the full structure of the underworld, the blessed above, the punished below, the gods at its center, all bound by Maat. The Duat was not a prison but a mirror reflecting every consequence. Here, the gods did not avenge, they balanced. The soul who rejected balance fell into chaos. The soul who embraced it, however late, was lifted again toward light. At the threshold between shadow and dawn, a final guardian waited, a woman with the face of both lioness and queen. In one hand she held a scale, in the other, a water jar. "You have seen enough," she said. "Do you understand?" The bar bowed. "Yes," it answered. "That punishment is not cruelty. It is the shape of learning. It restores what the heart has broken." The guardian smiled, and the jar poured itself into the sand, becoming a river that flowed upward toward the horizon. The bar followed the river until fire became mist, mist became gold, and the sound of morning turned to music. Ahead lay the edge of the field of reeds again, the place of return. Behind, the underworld remained dark but necessary, its lessons echoing softly like water on stone. The bar rose into light, carrying with it the knowledge that even the darkest corners of the Duat were part of the same cosmic order, the endless conversation between fall and renewal, chaos and creation, forgetting and remembrance. Balance had many faces, and mercy was one of them. The veil parted like reeds in a breeze, and the bar stepped into brightness that felt familiar, as if remembered from a dream dreamed every dawn. This was Aaru, the field of reeds, paradise not imagined as clouds or palaces but as home perfected. The light was warm without heat, shade cool without chill. Air moved with the slow breath of a river morning, and nothing hurried, not even joy. Here, sound carried clearly, water lapping, distant laughter. The whisper of tall grain, yet silence was never far, settling gently whenever hearts wished it. Before the bar stretched a geometry of grace, canals shining like polished blue stone, fields laid out in long rectangles, paths bordered by papyrus and lotus. Wheat stood higher than a person, each head heavy with abundance. Date palms leaned over water, casting nets of shade where fish flickered like falling coins. The sky arched clean and endless, a blue so calm it seemed to carry every gentle thought. Colours were precise and kind. The green of new growth, the gold of ripeness, the pale ivory of paths marked by bare, unhurried feet. Houses stood along the waterway's courtyards open to light, whitewashed walls painted with birds and flowers, thresholds dressed with woven mats. Doors stood wide because fear had no work here. Storage jars lined cool rooms, but they never emptied unless one wished them to. Roofs held resting benches and small gardens of herbs that released scent with the slightest touch. A breeze moved through everything without dust. The bar felt the pull of belonging at once, a bodily memory of shade, basin, stool, and bowl. Ordinary comforts lifted to their most generous form. Water defined the place. It sang softly in channels, pooled in basins clear enough to count a soul's eyelashes, flowed in curves that invited wandering. To drink was to feel a sweetness older than thirst. To wash hands was to polish away even the idea of weariness. Boats waited at moorings, slender papyrus craft, and sturdy wooden skiffs, each sized perfectly for the trip, a heart intended, oars dipped without effort. If one stood still, the river's quiet courage arrived and stayed. like a friend settling beside you without speaking. People moved through the fields, not as labourers punished by need, but as stewards who loved the work that answered them back. Sickles flashed and never cut a finger. Sheaves rose in neat stacks and never toppled. Laughing voices called across the distance, and call was always met by answer. When a soul wished to rest, an Ushabti set down its tiny tools, grew tall, and continued the task with cheerful competence. Work was a conversation here, not a contest. One offered effort and received meaning, the trade all good worlds make. Reunion arrived as simply as turning one's head. Across a canal walked a mother lost to fever decades before, now young and clear-eyed. On a path came a friend from the army, carrying a jar and a grin. Grandparents sat beneath a sycamore, telling a story you'd always loved and somehow never finished. Smiles contained no edges. Names were spoken without ache. Dogs reached you first, as they always had, making small noises of uncomplicated triumph before collapsing into the shade at your feet. The dead were not missing here. They had simply been early. Gods visited as neighbours. Hathor's laughter brightened gatherings and made music sound like sunlight tastes. Wepwawet walked the paths at dusk, a courteous guardian who asked if your gate latched properly and then latching it himself. Sometimes Ra's bark floated across the high blue, and souls shaded their eyes, not from glare but from reverence, the way a face softens when an honoured elder passes by. Osiris's throne stood in the eastern precincts, approachable as an altar in a family courtyard. Gratitude placed there felt like water poured where soil thirsts. Time kept a rhythm everyone knew without counting. Morning laid gold across the grain, midday invited shade and story, evening gathered voices for food and music. Festivals threaded the weeks like bright cords, processions on patterned boats, games of senet played with good-natured boasting, hymns rising from small chapels fragrant with sweet resin. Seasons existed only as moods, never drought, never flood, only the remembered pleasures of each without their griefs. Nothing spoiled, nothing hurried to end. Food tasted like memory perfected. Bread was both crust and crumb simultaneously. Figs broke open with a sigh. Beer cooled thought without dulling it. Sharing was instinctive. A tray passed, hands lifted, blessing travelled as naturally as breath. The bar ate, and found hunger addressed deeper than the body's, a hunger for sufficiency that the living rarely name. Afterward, a nap might arrive without permission, brief and perfect as a shadow sliding across the path of a lizard. Paths led outward and always returned. One could walk until the heat of walking became pleasure, or pole a boat until the mind grew as smooth as water. If the heart asked for solitude, it was granted without misunderstanding. If it asked for company, people appeared at exactly the right distance, with exactly the right words. Even dreams behaved softly instructive, never cruel. At night, stars arched low and near, each one a memory kept, each a lantern held by someone you had once loved and would see again tomorrow. Standing on a bank where lotus opened and closed with the gentlest precision, the bar understood why paradise was arranged as fields. Aaru was not luxury, it was participation. To dwell here was to say yes to growth, to tending, to harvest, to sharing. The world answered that yes, with more yes, like water, accepting oars. Ease did not mean emptiness. It meant nothing wasted, not time, not love, not the skill of hands, not the quiet bravery of ordinary days. A small boat waited, its prow tied with a loop of red cord. The bar stepped in, the hull rocked once, and then steadied as if recognizing its passenger. The canal widened into a bright lane between tall grain, and the boat slid forward with the shy pride of a host showing a guest their room. Somewhere ahead, voices called a name the bar loved. It answered, and the answer sounded like home. Morning in Aaru does not arrive like an alarm. It glides in, a hush of pale gold that invites rather than commands. The ark wakes as a swimmer surfaces from warm water alert without effort. The canal outside carries a faint gleam. Reed shadows write slow hieroglyphs on the wall, and somewhere a flute tests a single note. Paradise keeps time gently. Breakfast is greeting, not hunger. Bread tastes of sun and threshing. Beer is bright as conversation. Figs break with a cool perfume. Food is abundant and yet never wasted. To be satisfied is an art here, passed hand to hand with bowls, as finely woven as linen. Then comes work, chosen rather than assigned. Fields like familiar faces, water listens to hands it knows. Some souls lift sickles, some guide oxen whose hooves print neat script into damp soil. Some carry baskets that warm the arms pleasantly. Ushabti step out when called and rest when thanked, content to be tools in a world without coercion. Labour keeps its meaning and loses its pain. Sweat, when it appears, is music's glimmer on skin, and the breeze completes it. Across the canal, a boatmaker planes cedar thin enough for light to enter. He measures with fingertips, not fear. A weaver sings at the loom. Threads answer with rivers and wings. A potter turns clay that remembers Nile water and keeps it as cool as a promise. Every craft bears two intentions, use and beauty, and neither argues. Things made here do not wear out, they deepen. At midday, shade gathers under sycamores grown from the earth's happiest thoughts. People arrive with trays, lentils like small suns, cucumbers bright with salt, honey shy in shallow bowls. Stories hold their shape, yet welcome changes, like boats accepting new passengers. Laughter has no edge. It rises like a reed bird and perches again when words turn thoughtful. A nap follows as naturally as echo. Rest is completion, not withdrawal. When the sun reaches its mild height, games appear. Boards of senet scatter the courtyards. Moves offer the delicious tension of maybe, then deliver relief either way. Children, everyone's kin here, chase one another's shadows along cool paths, and find that shadows enjoy being caught. Musicians arrive by twos. A new song is welcomed as a guest, an old song as a relative. Across the canal, archers send arrows smiling through air to settle exactly where intention meant. Learning continues forever, and never feels like debt. Thoth's scribes give lessons beneath a reed pavilion. Letters shine as if freshly invented. A traveller who once feared water learns fishcraft from a patient elder whose hands smell of lotus and rope. A woman studies the constellations with a priestess who shows how the stars breathe. Knowledge settles around her like a soft cloak. What one loved in life expands. What one avoided becomes invitation. Afternoons sometimes carry processions. A bark of flowers glides with hymns to Hathor, beads answering sun with Sunday. Other days ask for simple service, a neighbour's roof to mend, a grove to trim, a new irrigation gate to set. Work parties assemble without orders, tools arrive in sleeves of good humour. When water speaks grateful syllables through the opened gate, everyone laughs, amazed that success still surprises. Toward evening, kitchens glow like hearth planets. Garlic kisses pans, coriander opens green hands, steam writes secret letters on the lintel, and dissolves before anyone worries to read them. At table, no seat sits at the edge. Ancestors tell how it was to bring grain home ahead of a storm. Children answer with how it was to find an injured falcon, and be forgiven for fear. The dead are skilled listeners. Memory loosens like linen in warm water and returns softer. Twilight is for thresholds. Some walk to the eastern terrace to watch Ra's bark enter the mouth of night and offer a quiet pledge to join the crew when called. Others visit the small garden chapel and set a lotus where Osiris's calm gaze meets theirs. Prayer here is not request but recognition, the nod shared by colleagues who love the same work. If a heart leans towards solitude, paths lengthen underfoot and deliver it to water's edge, where frog song measures the light's departure. Night arrives with stars leaning close like friends across a table. Music softens, talk decants into silence. Lovers walk the embankments uncounted by time. The ark remembers the tomb and is not afraid. It returns there in dreams like a bird to a chosen bough, then rises. Sleep opens as a clean page. No one closes a door against it. Dreams are letters from the larger task, reminders to meet at the dock if you plan to sail with Ra, assurances that fields will greet you kindly at dawn. Some nights, the call comes. A horn of light sounds without cutting the dark, and those who wish step aboard the solar bark. They travel the familiar dangers made meaningful, lending steadiness to ropes and courage to spells. When dawn's gold pours back over the canals, they return to houses that smell of cedar and grain, breakfast waiting like a faithful dog. Service is not interruption, it is the second heartbeat of joy. So the days of paradise pass not identical coins, but crafted vessels, each shaped, each useful, each beautiful in the hand. There is no boredom because attention still discovers. There is no dread because nothing can be lost. And there is no urgency because the work of love keeps no deadline. Morning comes lightly, and with it the small good choices, bread shared, field tended, song begun that keep eternity bright and intimate. One gentle day at a time. The fields of Aaru never lost sight of the living world. Even amid its quiet rivers and golden light, a gentle thread still tied the blessed dead to those who remained beside the Nile. Paradise was not a separation but an extension, another chamber in the same vast house of existence. The Egyptians had never believed the dead were gone. They believed the living simply could not see them clearly. Love, like water, always found a way to flow between worlds. In the field of reeds, the ark could sense the stir of prayers rising from the earth. It came as warmth, as fragrance, as sound without words. Each offering left on a tomb, bread, beer, fruit, a flicker of incense, sent a pulse through eternity. The Ka of the deceased drank the essence of those gifts, not consuming them as flesh but as meaning. When a daughter whispered her father's name beside his grave, he felt it as light across the surface of his fields. When a wife poured water for her husband, he heard it as rain feeding grain that would never die. Every act of remembrance was a translation from matter to spirit. On earth, the tombs stood like small houses. Families visited them during festivals, sweeping the floors, lighting lamps, arranging flowers along the offering table. The most devoted came on the Feast of the Valley, when the living crossed the Nile at dusk to spend the night among their ancestors. Music followed them through the necropolis. Candles blinked like stars against the cliffs. In Aaru, the dead saw the procession as a long ribbon of light winding through darkness. Each flame a message. Asterisk. You are not forgotten. You still belong. Asterisk. Sometimes the bond worked both ways. The Ak, radiant and strong, could cross the veil to stand near the living, not to haunt, but to advise, to steady, to bless. A farmer struggling with a stubborn floodgate might feel a sudden calm, a clear thought about where to place the stone. A mother grieving might dream of her child's laughter and wake eased, knowing it was not imagination but visitation. To the Egyptians, dreams were doorways. Sleep was a nightly death. Death was a longer sleep. Both opened to the same path, and love travelled it freely. In the afterlife, remembrance had taste and scent. The dead could smell incense rising from their tomb altars, could taste the spiritual echo of bread left by faithful hands. These sensations fed the Ka as surely as grain fed the living. A neglected tomb, by contrast, grew cold. Without offerings, the Ka weakened. The voice of the name grew faint. To be forgotten was the second death, the dissolution no magic could reverse. That fear shaped Egyptian virtue more deeply than punishment ever could. Every person wished to live so their name would be spoken when they were gone. To prevent forgetting, families hired capriests, whose only duty was to maintain offerings and prayers. These priests walked among the tombs daily, reciting the standard formula carved into stone. A boon which the king gives to Osiris, Lord of eternity, that he may grant 1,000 of bread, 1,000 of beer, 1,000 of oxen, and fowl for the car of name. The words never tired. Spoken aloud, they summoned sustenance directly into the soul's hands. In Aaru, the recipient would smile, feeling fullness spread like warmth through the chest, gratitude blooming brighter than any flower. The relationship was not one-sided. The blessed dead, strong in spirit, could intercede for the living. A scribe might pray to his grandfather's spirit for clarity before writing a contract. A mother might ask her late husband to watch over their child. And the dead, if moved by affection or duty, could whisper to the gods, bending small currents of chance, a healthy birth, a good harvest, a safe return. The Egyptians called this time Sa**, the understanding or perception that crossed worlds. The living offered devotion, the dead offered insight. Between them, the order of things held steady. Letters to the dead were common. A widow might write on pottery, "Speak to the Lord Osiris for me, beloved, that my neighbour cease to trouble my land." A son might leave a papyrus asking advice about inheritance, ending with, "If you love me still, answer in my dreams." Archaeologists would one day find such fragments and wonder at their tenderness. In the presence of the Duat, those letters shimmered as voices. The dead read them with joy. Each question, each plea, each curse softened by love reminded them they were still part of the world's conversation. Even kings needed memory. Their temples stood as colossal petitions for it, inscribed with names repeated thousands of times. "I am Ramses, beloved of Amun. Say my name and I live." Every visitor who read those glyphs fed the pharaoh's soul. The same rule governed every tomb, humble or grand. To speak a name was to keep it breathing. The poorest farmer carved his upon a potsherd or painted it on the wall of his grave, trusting that some passer-by might read it aloud and save him from silence. Eternity, for Egyptians, was not endless time, it was uninterrupted remembrance. In Aaru, festivals of connection were visible as auroras. On certain days, when the living honoured ancestors, the fields shimmered with colour. The Ak gathered to watch rivers of light rise from the earth, red for love, blue for loyalty, gold for gratitude. They sang in answer, and their voices fell as dreams upon the living, the two realms exchanging songs. The veil was never thick. The Duat and the earth were two halves of one breath, inhaling and exhaling through offerings and prayer. Sometimes new souls arrived, carrying recent memories of mourning. They spoke of funerals, of tears shed at the tomb door, of hands placing flowers and food. The older Ak listened gently, nodding. "Yes," they would say, "the living keep us alive, and we keep them upright." One could feel the pulse of this truth in every grain stalk swaying under eternal Sunday. Life and death were not enemies. They were partners in a single field. Even now, back along the Nile, families knelt before tombs, lighting lamps that glowed like miniature suns. In Aaru, those same lights glittered across the canals. The arks stood together, watching, murmuring blessings. May their water rise, may their harvest ripen, may they speak our names and be comforted. And as the lamps on earth burned low, the stars above the field of reeds burned bright, completing the circle. The connection endured, memory feeding immortality, immortality nurturing the living. Love moved between worlds without exhaustion. The Egyptians had guessed rightly death was not a wall but a doorway, and every prayer, every whispered name, kept it open just enough for light to pass through. When evening came to the field of reeds, the light did not fade, it folded. The sun that had gilded the grain began its descent, sliding toward the western edge where the blessed fields met the horizon. There, on the water's smooth surface, a golden bark awaited. Its hull gleamed like molten amber. Its prow shone with the carved head of a falcon, eyes set toward the night. The bar stood among a gathering of radiant souls, each holding a small flame shaped from their own light. They had been called to join Ra, the sun god, on his nightly voyage through the Duat. Every night, this journey ensured the world's renewal. The Egyptians believed that the sun did not simply vanish at dusk. It entered the underworld, sailing through its 12 hours of darkness, battling chaos, and emerging reborn at dawn. To accompany Ra was both an honor and a duty. The Ark who joined the voyage lent their strength and their voices to the divine struggle that kept creation alive. Without this voyage, there would be no sunrise, no breath of morning, no life at all. The horn sounded softly, a single, deep note that seemed to vibrate through the heart rather than the air. One by one, the souls stepped aboard. The barque was immense, yet never crowded, adjusting itself to the number of travellers. Along its deck stood gods and guardians. Sia, the personification of perception. Hu, divine utterance. Heka, the power of magic itself. Maat, carrying her feather. And behind them, rows of luminous beings who had proven true of voice. At the centre sat Ra in his evening form, old and golden, his head encircled by a serpent of fire. The barque pushed from shore. The canals of Aaru opened into the great river of the night, its current flowing eastward beneath the horizon. The stars above brightened, their reflections rippled like jewels in black silk. The first gate of the Duat appeared ahead, tall and carved with flame. Guardians saluted as the barque passed through. The journey had begun. The first hour was gentle, the twilight realm where the dead who were newly arrived greeted Ra and offered hymns. "Hail to you who sets and rises," they sang. "You whose face shines in the morning, whose heart burns through darkness." Their song was both welcome and fuel. The bar felt the music vibrate in its bones, filling the sails with invisible wind. Behind them, Aaru receded into a faint glow, the last warmth of day. As the bark moved deeper, the air thickened with shadow. The second hour brought the lands of the silent souls resting in still waters, waiting for memory to return. The priests on board murmured spells of remembrance, calling the sleepers by name, urging them toward awakening. Light streamed from Ra's body in narrow beams, touching each figure in turn, and wherever it touched, movement returned. The bar watched with wonder. Even among the dead, the sun's mercy reached. In the third hour, the river widened into a dark sea. Islands floated like drifting moons. From their shores rose, whispering forms, demons of inertia, remnants of chaos, seeking to slow the journey. The gods at the prow raised their spears of flame, and the Ak joined their chant. "Away, you who dwell in blindness. The sun sails, the order endures." The demons shrank from the light and melted back into the black water. Each victory was small, but together they kept creation steady. The fourth hour was the most perilous. The river ended in a desert of sand and stone, the realm of Sokar, god of the depths. Here, the barque could not float. It had to be dragged across the ground by ropes of light held by gods and justified souls alike. The air quivered with strain. Every pull of the rope was an act of faith. The bar felt the weight of the vessel, vast as the world, yet the burden was shared, and no one faltered. Above, the sound of distant thunder marked the serpent Apophis awakening. In the fifth and sixth hours, Ra descended into complete darkness. No star shone, no sound carried. This was the underworld's heart, the land where even thought could forget itself. To keep the bark moving, the gods spoke names, the names of rivers, of winds, of truths. The bar understood that words themselves were torches. To name was to bring into being. In the silence between names, chaos waited, hungry for erasure. Then, during the seventh hour, the serpent struck. Apophis rose from the abyss, vast as the horizon, his coils spanning eternity. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow the Sunday. The Barque shuddered. Darkness surged like a storm tide. The gods braced their spears. Heka whispered enchantments, and Seth, storm god and paradoxical defender, stepped to the prow. He hurled lightning into the serpent's throat, and the Ak added their voices to the spell that pinned the creature down. The air roared with the force of cosmic struggle. The bar shouted with them, feeling the vibration of its own cry merge with thunder. Slowly, the serpent recoiled, pierced by light. For another night, chaos had failed. In the 8th and 9th hours, calm returned. The Barque sailed through caverns filled with sleeping gods' old powers who dreamed creation into continuity. The Ak bowed as they passed, their light flickering like candles in a temple. Here, Ra's form changed. The old god shed fatigue as serpents shed skin. His golden beard brightened, his eyes regained youth. The souls on board felt renewal flow through them as well. Strength returned, not as surge but as steady tide. By the 10th hour, the eastern horizon glimmered faintly. Ra now shone as Khepri, the scarab of rebirth, pushing the sun disk ahead of him through the tunnel of dawn. The Bar gazed upon this sight, the symbol of perpetual return, and felt awe deeper than fear had ever been. All existence moved with this rhythm: death, struggle, renewal, light. It was not merely myth, it was physics of spirit. The 11th hour brought the approach to the serpent's mouth, the gateway back to the world of day. The air pulsed with anticipation. The Ak gathered at the rails, their forms radiant, waiting for the moment of ascent. Ma'at stood at the prow, her feather trembling but unbroken. "Balance endures," she said, her voice soft but infinite, "because you keep it so." Finally came the 12th hour. The bark entered the serpent's body, sailing through its glowing tunnel. Darkness thinned to amber, amber to gold, gold to white. The souls shielded their eyes as the vessel burst from the eastern horizon into the sky. Dawn erupted across creation. The living world stirred. Birds cried. River water caught fire with colour. The Bar looked down and saw fields, temples, children playing on the Nile's edge, all renewed because this voyage had succeeded once more. As Ra took his place in the morning sky, he turned to the companions who had shared the passage. "Rest now in Aaru," he said. "You have steadied the world. You have spoken the words that kept it turning." The bark returned westward, ready for the next night, its decks emptying as the Ark stepped once more into their paradise. The Bar found itself back beside the shining canals, the scent of lotus heavy in the dawn. Around it, others returned, laughter mingling with relief. Above them, the sun rose clean and strong. The Bar smiled, understanding the cycle at last. To live, to die, to travel, to rise again. Not punishment, not even reward, but the heartbeat of eternity itself. The field of reeds was still when the Bar returned from the solar voyage. The canals shone silver under a sun that seemed to pause, as if waiting for reflection. Across the water, a temple of green stone and gold shimmered into view. Its columns rose like papyrus stems, its walls alive with hieroglyphs that glowed faintly in the light. The Bar felt the pull to enter, as though a quiet voice had whispered its name from within. This was the house of Osiris, the oldest story in all creation, the story every soul lived, the story every god remembered. Inside, cool air carried the scent of myrrh and grain. The walls were painted with scenes that shifted and breathed. A throne, a coffin, a woman bending over a body, tears falling like rain and turning into flowers. Each image flowed into the next as if time itself were liquid. The Bar watched and understood. This was not mere decoration, it was revelation. Long before the first tomb was carved, Osiris had lived and died. He had ruled Egypt in the mythic age, teaching people how to plough, to sow, to speak truth. His brother Seth, born of storm and jealousy, coveted his power. Through cunning and betrayal, Seth trapped Osiris in a chest of wood and gold, sealed it, and cast it into the Nile. The river carried it away, a floating coffin gliding toward the sea. For days Isis searched the banks, her heart a compass of grief. When she found him, she hid the body in a thicket. But Seth discovered it again, tore it into pieces, and scattered them across the land. The Ba watched the walls as Isis journeyed from place to place, collecting what had been lost, an act of faith so immense that even gods wept. She found all but one fragment, the organ of generation, which the fish of the Nile had eaten. Yet she did not despair. With the help of Anubis and Thoth, she reassembled Osiris's body, wrapped it in linen, anointed it with oils, and spoke the words that drew breath back into his mouth. For a moment, life returned. From that moment came Horus, the sun, born of miracle and vengeance, destined to restore balance. Osiris, though revived, did not walk again among the living. He became something greater, the ruler of the West, the first resurrected, the proof that death could be transformed into continuity. The Ba felt the myth move through it like wind through reeds. Every soul, it realized, repeated this pattern. Death was dismemberment, the scattering of self into its parts. Body, name, shadow, breath, heart. The funeral rites were Isis's search. Mummification was her reassembly. The opening of the mouth was her invocation. Each act of mourning in the world above was another god's hand lifting a fragment of Osiris from the sand. When the pieces were gathered, when the words were spoken, the soul became whole again. The myth was not story but template, the map of every resurrection. The priests within the temple of Osiris, luminous beings who tended his eternal body, moved in slow rhythm. Their chants rolled like river waves against stone. One carried a vessel of water drawn from the Nile. Another bore a tray of bread baked in the shape of the god's crown. As they circled the altar, the air thickened with meaning. The Ba understood that these were not offerings to feed a god, but exchanges to keep the pattern turning. Water for renewal, grain for growth, song for order. A voice spoke from behind the altar, deep, resonant, and close as thought. "You have seen judgment and balance," it said. "Now behold transformation." From the altar's light emerged a figure tall and serene. Osiris himself, wrapped in shimmering linen, eyes calm and infinite. "You were made from my death," he said. "You are the proof that my dismemberment was not loss, but beginning." The Ba bowed low. "Then all who die are you," it whispered. Osiris smiled. "And all who rise." The god gestured, and the walls shifted again. The images now showed the cycle of nature, the Nile flooding, receding, planting, harvest. Green bursting from brown, seed returning to stalk, life folded within death, and death nourishing life. "This," said Osiris, "is my body. Every stalk of grain is my resurrection. Every flood is my blood returning to the land. You, too, will become a seed. And through that surrender, you will rise." The Ba watched the vision transform into fields bursting with growth. Among the grain walked human figures, luminous and serene. Each was both itself and Osiris, countless and singular. Their steps turned the earth fertile. Their songs stirred clouds into rain. The Ba saw that paradise itself was built upon the god's body, the field of reeds growing from his transformation, the canals tracing the lines of his veins. Eternity was not escape from mortality, but its perfection. Osiris turned again to the Ba. "When you sleep," he said, "you die a little. When you wake, you are reborn. Every heartbeat repeats the rhythm of my resurrection. This is why death holds no terror for the wise. It is simply the pause between breaths." He reached out his hand. The Ba took it, and warmth flowed through both. For an instant, distinction vanished. The soul was God, the God was soul. The two shared a single awareness, a vast calm in which every death, every birth, every sunrise was one continuing gesture of renewal. When the bar opened its eyes, it stood again beside the temple's door. The god had withdrawn into radiance. Outside, the canals gleamed under a rising moon. Across the fields, other souls walked slowly, each leaving faint trails of light. The bar now understood them differently. Every blessed dead was not merely a resident of paradise, but a living extension of Osiris, keeping the cycle in motion through their existence. The afterlife was not static reward, but participation in divine repair, the constant mending of what life frays. As it stepped into the cool night, the bar knelt by the water's edge. Reflected in the surface were two faces its own, and Osiris's, merging and parting like ripples. In that reflection lay the ultimate promise, that nothing truly perishes, that destruction is disguise, that every loss conceals a seed. To die was to become part of the god who never stopped dying and never ceased to live. The bar dipped its hand into the canal. The water glowed faintly, warm as breath. Around it, the field of reeds whispered in wind that carried words half-heard. Asterisk. I am Osiris. You are Osiris. We are the endless harvest. Asterisk. The soul rose, light streaming from its wings, ready to continue the journey, not to flee death, but to keep participating in the rhythm that made both life and death sacred. The field of reeds glowed with quiet equality, each soul surrounded by abundance, each house neat and open, each field rich and full. But the bar, remembering the living world, understood that this harmony had been purchased by effort, wealth, and privilege. The gods welcomed all who lived in balance, yet reaching this paradise from the world of breath required more than virtue. It required resources. Even in a civilization built upon cosmic order, the economics of eternity had rules. The Egyptians believed that immortality was a craft, and like all crafts, it cost. Mummification, funerary texts, and tomb construction demanded time, skill, and material. The embalmers of Anubis did not work for free. The papyrus for the Times Book of the Dead asterisk, the resins from foreign lands, the linen from temple fields, each came with a price. For the average labourer, the expense of proper preservation could exceed the wages of a lifetime. Death, therefore, was never simply an end. It was an investment, one that mirrored and exposed the hierarchies of life itself. The bar remembered the workshops along the edge of the desert, where the Times, beautiful houses, Times bustled with clients. Families came in procession, merchants with gold rings, farmers with baskets of barley, scribes clutching scrolls. Each negotiated not only for their loved one's salvation, but for their own eventual security. The embalmers offered tiers of service. For the wealthy, there was the 70-day treatment, brain removed through the nostrils, organs embalmed separately, body packed with natron, anointed with rare oils, and wrapped in hundreds of yards of linen. For those with modest means, cheaper versions existed. Shorter drying periods, fewer amulets, simpler coffins. The poorest might be buried in sand with a prayer and nothing more, their preservation left to chance. Even in death, capitalism hummed beneath ritual. The embalmer's catalogue was divine and practical. This is the process of a noble, this of a priest, this of the ordinary man. Payment was made in silver or grain, though favours to temple or state could substitute. The Times Book of the Dead Times was no exception. The long scrolls painted in colour, filled with detailed spells and illustrations, were luxuries. A fully illustrated manuscript cost a fortune, inked by scribes of Thoth, illuminated by artists whose brushes turned belief into endurance. Simpler copies were available, brief selections of key chapters, the most vital spells written hastily on scraps of papyrus or linen, sometimes reused from old documents. Even an abbreviated version was thought better than nothing. The afterlife valued literacy as much as morality. Still, the vision of Aaru remained open to everyone in theory. As centuries passed, religion adjusted. What had once been the privilege of kings became the hope of commoners. The pyramid texts that had lined royal tombs expanded into coffin texts for officials and priests, then into papyri available to all who could afford or memorize them. The afterlife was democratized through repetition and adaptation. Each era reduced the price of salvation slightly, but never to zero. The bar saw how markets of eternity thrived. Near the temples, artisans sold Ashabti figurines, tiny servant statues carved from faience or wood. Wealthy families commissioned hundreds, entire workforces packed into coffins to labor in the next world. Poorer souls might have one or two, crude but heartfelt. The principle remained: investment in material ensured spiritual return. Amulets, too, were currency of survival. Heart scarabs of green stone, eyes of Horus in glazed blue, jed pillars of red jasper, all available for purchase, each promising protection. The invisible economy of the soul mirrored the tangible one along the Nile. And yet, there was mercy in the system's imperfections. Many who lacked means found other routes to preservation. The desert itself became an embalmer. Dry air, relentless sun, and shifting sand desiccated the dead naturally. These accidental mummies, poor in ceremony, but rich in circumstance, endured, as well as kings. Sometimes better. The gods, it seemed, accepted substitutes. The true cost of eternity was attention, not gold. Temples also served as intermediaries. A worshipper who devoted service or goods during life could secure posthumous care. Priests kept ledgers of those who had contributed to sacred projects. In return, their names were recited during rituals, keeping memory alive. Tomb chapels included formular inscriptions addressing passers-by. "O you who live upon earth, who love life and hate death, say these words for me." Even a stranger's voice could count. If someone read the inscription aloud, the deceased's car would receive sustenance. In that sense, Egypt's public spaces doubled as marketplaces of remembrance, offering prayers traded for permanence. But inequality persisted. The bar saw it even from the field of reeds, some tombs grand as palaces, others barely large enough to stand within. The labourers who built the pyramids, though respected and fed, seldom afforded such tombs for themselves. Their reward lay in contribution, not preservation. They built eternity for others, and hoped participation would count as entry. Perhaps it did. The Egyptians believed the gods recognized effort as much as ritual. A craftsman who carved a hieroglyph perfectly might win favor equal to the noble whose name it bore. Still, the system revealed its contradictions. If Ma'at demanded justice and balance, how could the poor's limited means not violate that order? Priests reconciled the dilemma with faith. Osiris was just, but he was also compassionate. A righteous heart outweighed a lack of linen. Even without a perfect burial, a truthful soul could ascend if remembered and named. The gods accepted intention where luxury failed. This compromise ethical purity as substitute for economic power was Egypt's quiet revolution, softening hierarchy without denying it. The bar imagined the markets closing at dusk. Embalmers washing their tools, scribes folding papyrus, merchants locking jars of resin. Beyond them, in the villages, families saved what they could, hoarding cloth for shrouds, recording spells from memory, training children to speak their names in prayer. Death, for them, was not an abstract end, but a long-term project of saving, planning, and hope. Every act of generosity, every measured kindness, was an investment in Ma'at's ledger. Balance was not only cosmic but practical. In Aaru, the bar could sense gratitude rising from those who had once been poor, their spirits glowing with the quiet pride of those who earned paradise without purchase. Wealth had helped, but virtue had saved. Even in a civilization bound by hierarchy, some things escaped price. A true heart, the feather of Maat, and a name spoken with love, these were beyond commerce. They were the eternal equalizers. The field of reeds, viewed through that understanding, was not utopia purchased by privilege, but a perfected economy of balance. Each soul gave according to its capacity, each received according to its truth. The gods had merely mirrored what the people themselves had built, a society where work, offering, and fairness held the world upright. And yet, in the hum of paradise, the bar could still hear echoes of markets on the living Nile, the bargaining, the laughter, the arguments over price. It smiled. Commerce had been no sin, only another way of expressing longing, a trade between time and immortality, between the fragile and the enduring. In the end, every purchase, every prayer, every hieroglyph carved into stone spoke the same desire to matter beyond one's years. The bar lifted its gaze toward the horizon, where Ra's Barke glowed faintly in the sky. Gold and blue intertwined like the promise and the price of eternity. The soul whispered, a truth the living might have understood, even without temples or tombs, that eternity was never free, but the cost was not measured in coin, it was measured in remembrance, in rightness, in love that continued to pay long after the buyer was gone. The sun burned quietly above the endless fields, and the bar understood that this light, the same that warmed its wings, had once touched the workshops of embalmers, the pens of scribes, and the chisels of builders. The Egyptians had not merely believed in eternity, they had engineered it. Their religion was not a set of superstitions, but a technology of survival, a vast project designed to conquer time through knowledge, craft, and discipline. What they achieved was nothing less than the transformation of mortality into architecture. The bar remembered the times, beautiful house times, and saw it differently now. The embalmers, with their salt, oils, and linen, had been technicians of preservation, scientists before the word existed. They learned through generations of trial that the body's decay could be slowed, that dryness was its ally, that resin could cheat the years. Natron was their algorithm, mummification their code. When they anointed a corpse, they were not performing magic in the crude sense, they were applying chemistry learned through devotion. Every incision was a line in a manual written across centuries. The tombs, too, were more than graves. They were machines built to last, monuments of limestone and granite, designed to channel belief into endurance. The architecture was mathematics wrapped around prayer. Each passage was oriented toward the stars, each chamber aligned with solstice or sunrise, the entire structure a diagram of the cosmos. The Egyptians knew that memory requires material. To be remembered, one must build something that does not yield easily to wind or flood. The pyramid was therefore not a symbol of power, it was a calculator for eternity, its geometry solving for permanence. The bar's thoughts drifted to the scribes, the programmers of the afterlife. With ink made from soot and gum, they encoded immortality onto papyrus. The Times, Book of the Dead Times, was a user's guide for transcendence, a manual that anticipated every error, every failure of memory. If the gatekeeper asks for your name, say this. If he demands proof of worth, speak that. The text was adaptive, expandable, an early open-source system. Copyists refined it across dynasties, each generation adding improvements. Knowledge was cumulative, and the Egyptians trusted in its precision as much as we trust in circuits and data. Their magic was information. Even sound became technology. Words carried power because vibration shaped matter. Speaking correctly tuned the world. The incantations recited during funerals or over mummies were not metaphors. They were commands to the universe's architecture. To speak was to sculpt. The Egyptians intuited what physicists would later confirm, that energy responds to pattern. In that sense, every hymn, every chant, every repetition of a name was a calibration, an act of maintenance that kept the cosmos from entropy. The bar realized that the system worked. 3,000 years had passed since the first mummies were laid in their stone coffins, yet those faces remained. Flesh turned to leather, but identity endured. Even now, the world of the living still spoke their names: Khufu, Nefertari, Ramesses, Tutankhamun. The kings who feared oblivion had achieved a kind of victory no empire could rival. Their civilization's project to resist decay had succeeded beyond measure. No one in the modern age could look upon their tombs without feeling the pulse of continuity. The Egyptians had beaten death not by stopping it, but by managing it, reducing it to a process. But their greatest triumph was psychological. The Egyptians had turned fear into order. They accepted death not as interruption, but as transition, one that could be navigated with preparation and precision. To live well was to plan for death well. People spent years saving for tombs, commissioning their own coffins, dictating their funeral spells. They met mortality with spreadsheets of ritual, with timetables of sacred timing. Their certainty, built on structure, not hope, gave them calm. For them, eternity was not mystical fog, but practical design. In this, they created an ethical technology. The scales of Ma'at were the moral operating system of the world. Truth and justice were not abstractions, but measurements as exact as the weight of a feather. The judgment of the heart ensured that spiritual survival required virtue as much as wealth. The promise of eternal life came with accountability. Their system balanced material preparation with moral maintenance, both necessary, neither sufficient alone. The bar remembered the tomb painters, those who filled chambers with images of harvest, feasts, and family. Their pigments, red ochre, lapis, malachite, still glowed in the dark. They were the earliest interface designers, turning theology into visual experience. Every figure in profile, every symbol of rebirth, every boat gliding over painted water had purpose. Together they built a virtual world where the deceased could continue forever. The tomb was not memory's container, it was its simulation, a home where imagination could remain tangible. Even their concept of time was engineered. They divided existence into repeating cycles: sunrise, flood, harvest, understanding that eternity is not infinite duration but perpetual renewal. The nightly voyage of Ra through the Duat was the prototype of feedback loops, the system of dying and rising that kept the universe operational. In this rhythm lay both theology and science. By modeling the cosmos as process rather than static, the Egyptians anticipated philosophies of energy, conservation, and transformation that would echo in later ages. Of course, no technology is perfect. Tombs were robbed, dynasties fell, papyri crumbled, yet the framework persisted. The Egyptian approach to death survived conquest, translation, even disbelief. It travelled into Greek mystery cults, into Christian resurrection imagery, into every human attempt to find order in extinction. They invented continuity itself as an idea. If the goal of any civilization is to project meaning beyond its lifespan, then Egypt remains the most successful experiment in history. The bar looked around the field of reeds, seeing artisans still crafting, priests still praying, scribes still writing, all of them maintaining the machinery of cosmic balance. Eternity was not automatic. It required upkeep. But the system worked because everyone, from pharaoh to farmer, knew their role in it. Their collaboration was the true miracle. No single god or invention defeated death. It was community that did, sustained through ritual and labor. Even now, the living world continued their experiment. Archaeologists cleaned the same mummies embalmers had anointed. Curators rebuilt tombs stone by stone. Tourists whispered names long unspoken, unintentionally fulfilling the ancient promise: say my name, and I live. The Egyptian project had outlasted empires, religions, and languages. Its immortality had become ours. The Ba understood that immortality need not mean living forever. It could mean leaving something that does. The Egyptians had built not just pyramids and mummies, but continuity itself, systems of art, ethics, and curiosity still functioning millennia later. They had turned the terror of death into the architecture of culture. Their technology of immortality was not machinery of metal, but of meaning. As the sun dipped and the canals shimmered with gold, the Ba felt profound respect. The people of the Nile had looked at impermanence and refused to flinch. They had transformed fear into form, decay into discipline, belief into blueprint. Their experiment continued even now, whispered through ages, that with enough knowledge, love, and labour, nothing human is ever truly lost. The canals of Aaru gleamed under the soft blaze of eternal morning. The Ba rested beside the water and listened to reeds whisper in a language older than words. From every rustle came understanding. The Egyptians had not built their vast system of afterlife merely to defeat death, but to teach the living how to live. Their wisdom was not trapped in tombs, it flowed outward, as the Nile flowed, nourishing anyone willing to listen. The first lesson was preparation. The Egyptians faced mortality without denial. They planned for it with the same devotion they gave to planting or carving stone. To them, death was not catastrophe, but a stage in a long continuum. They saved for tombs as others saved for houses. They wrote instructions for burial as others wrote wills. Preparation was not morbid, it was responsible. They believed a person died twice, once when the heart stopped, and again when they were forgotten. To prepare was to protect oneself from that second death. Modern minds avoid such planning, pushing mortality into the corner of hospitals and euphemisms, yet the Egyptians might remind us that preparing for death gives shape to life. When you live knowing the end will ask questions, you choose your answers carefully. You speak kinder, you build better, you love more consciously. The afterlife was their mirror for ethics, reflecting behavior back with divine precision. Their entire moral system, Maat's feather, and the weighing of the heart, was not about punishment, but about reflection. Every action was a stone placed upon the scales. The second lesson was memory. To the Egyptians, identity was not enclosed in the body, it was dispersed among others. You survived as long as your name was spoken. Memory was immortality's most reliable form. A name carved in limestone might endure 1,000 floods, but a name whispered in affection could travel further still. The Egyptians turned remembrance into ritual, families visiting tombs, festivals of the valley, songs that called ancestors by name. They built monuments not only from stone but from continuity, children reciting their parents' names as morning prayers. In our own age, where memory flickers through screens and fades with batteries, their lesson still stands. To remember is an act of love. To speak another's name with care is to keep their story from vanishing. We too are archivists of one another. When we write, when we photograph, when we tell stories, we perform the same sacred task once done in hieroglyphs. The Egyptians understood that what we preserve shapes who we become. Their third lesson was work as worship. The field of reeds was no idle heaven. It was filled with activity, harvesting, building, sailing, teaching. Paradise, they believed, was not rest from labour but the perfection of it. Work done with balance and purpose was divine. Even gods laboured. Ra dragged his bark across the dark desert each night. Osiris managed the cycles of rebirth. Maat upheld order with steady hands. The Egyptians saw dignity in skill and effort. A potter shaping clay echoed the creator Khnum, forming humans on his wheel. A farmer guiding oxen participated in the rhythm that kept the universe fertile. This belief carried an antidote to despair. When you treat your work, whatever it is, as contribution to order, not as punishment or drudgery, you align yourself with the gods. To live by Maat was not to chase perfection, but to give each act integrity. In a world that prizes speed and outcome, their steady craftsmanship reminds us that eternity is built slowly. The hands that placed one block atop another for a pyramid did not expect to see the summit, yet they laboured with the serenity of purpose. The fourth lesson was balance. The Egyptians knew that chaos, Isfet was never banished, only kept in check. Ra fought Apophis every night. The serpent was slain and always reborn. This endless contest was not tragedy, but necessity. Order exists because it is challenged. The Egyptians did not seek a world without conflict. They sought one where conflict renewed vigilance. For us, this is reminder and relief. The struggle to keep one's life balanced is not failure, it is the human condition. To lose harmony for a moment is to be reminded of its worth. The fifth lesson was humility before mystery. Their gods were not flawless abstractions. They quarreled, mourned, wept, and learned. The divine mirrored the human, just perfected in scale. Osiris died and was restored. Isis grieved and created. Thoth studied endlessly. In their myths, uncertainty was sacred. They did not demand final answers. They built rituals to coexist with questions. We, who chase certainty through data and doctrine, might learn from that tolerance. To accept not knowing is to remain teachable. Then came the lesson of transformation. The Egyptians never worshipped permanence. They worshipped renewal. Every death was a seed, every sunset a promise. They saw life as a long series of molts, the soul shedding forms as snakes shed skins. In their world, even mistakes could be remade. Sin was not damnation but imbalance, corrected through confession, magic, or service. This faith in change, this refusal to believe in final ruin, kept them resilient through floods, famines, and dynastic collapse. They always rebuilt because their cosmology demanded it. We might take the same comfort. Renewal is not a miracle reserved for gods. It is the default pattern of existence. Cells, rivers, stars, everything renews itself. The Egyptians merely lived close enough to nature to see it. To die was to change address, not to disappear. Their calm before death came from recognition, not denial. Another lesson whispered from their stones, that beauty is a form of order. They painted and carved not only to decorate but to affirm meaning. Symmetry, proportion, and colour were expressions of balance, each a tribute to Ma'at. Art was prayer made visible. To fill a tomb with scenes of harvest and family was to declare faith that goodness repeats. We often imagine them obsessed with death, but their art shows otherwise. They were obsessed with continuation. Beauty, to them, was proof that existence was worth preserving. Finally, the Egyptians taught the necessity of community. No one reached eternity alone. The dead needed the living to feed their car. The living needed the dead for guidance and protection. Their society worked because it was threaded through with interdependence, priests, artisans, farmers, all serving one another across time. Even their gods collaborated, sun, sky, and earth, weaving reality through cooperation. Their faith was a network. To live apart from others was to weaken the net that held the world. The Ba looked upon modern humanity through the river's shimmer, and felt both kinship and pity. We had inherited their tools but forgotten their patience. We still built towers and monuments, still stored names in archives, still longed for eternity in digital hieroglyphs. But we hurried too much to remember why. The Egyptians could teach us to slow down, to build as though the future were a guest who deserves comfort, not conquest. As twilight deepened in paradise, the Ba saw the sun's reflection melt into silver ripples. The field of reeds glowed softly, eternal yet not static, every blade swaying in invisible rhythm. The soul whispered the final truth the Egyptians had always known, that immortality is not the absence of death, but the presence of meaning. To live in harmony, to be remembered with love, to contribute something of order to a chaotic world, this is what lasts. The ancient architects of eternity had never escaped mortality. They had simply learned how to make it beautiful. The story has carried us through darkness and light, through tombs and temples, through the slow unfolding of death into something else entirely. We began with the final breath, followed the soul as it separated, drifted, was preserved, judged, redeemed, and made eternal. We have watched the heart wade, the scales settle, and the gates open. Now, at the edge of the field of reeds, the journey ends, and the night grows quiet. Imagine the desert after sunset. The air is still, the heat fading from the sand. Somewhere beyond the cliffs, the Nile murmurs softly, dark water reflecting faint stars. Far below, in the necropolis, the tombs are sealed. Inside one of them rests the body of a person who has completed every trial. The linen has hardened to amber, the face is peaceful, the amulets are in place. The name is written 100 times on the walls, safe from erasure. Around the sarcophagus lies stillness, the kind of stillness that feels alive. In that stillness, nothing is missing. The bar has returned from its flights, folding its wings to rest upon the chest of the mummy. The car is nourished by offerings that never spoil. The heart lies quietly within, light as a feather, content with its own balance. The shadow is near, the name is strong, and the person who was once frightened of dying has become whole again. Outside, the horizon dims. The sun has set into the underworld, beginning its nightly voyage. But tonight, you need not join the battle. You have done your part. You may watch the bark of Ra drift away, its golden light receding into the black water, the gods at their posts, the blessed dead singing softly as they guard the Sunday. You are not needed there now. You can rest. Let the world recede. Let the dust of ancient Egypt settle back into silence. The embalmer's chants fade. The priests lower their torches. The gates of the Duat close gently behind you, no longer a threat but a memory. What once was peril has become peace. The same rituals that opened mouths and awakened hearts, now close eyes and quiet minds. You have walked the full circle from the moment of death to the stillness of eternity, and returned wiser, calmer, changed. You have seen that death was never an ending, only a threshold. You have witnessed fear transformed into beauty, ritual turned into art, memory turned into immortality. Now that you understand this, there is nothing more to seek tonight. Imagine, now, the fields of paradise. The air is cool, filled with the scent of grain and river water. The reeds whisper against one another, soft as linen. Far across the canal, figures move slowly, friends, ancestors, faces you once knew. They look peaceful. They are at work, but it is gentle work, unhurried, eternal. The harvest never ends, because the joy of labor never grows heavy here. The sun is warm, not burning. The breeze carries the sound of quiet laughter, the clink of jars, the rustle of palms. You walk among them, light-footed, clothed in white linen, the color of rebirth. Every step is familiar, yet new. You know the path by instinct. When you look behind, there is no shadow, only sunlight falling across the water. The heart that once feared judgment now beats with perfect calm. You belong here. You always did. Beyond the fields the tomb remains, but it is no prison. It is a home, a place of rest. Inside, your image sleeps in stone, while your essence moves freely, like air. The walls whisper spells not as commands but as lullabies. Asterisk. You are safe. You are whole. You are eternal. Asterisk. The hieroglyphs glow faintly in the lamplight of imagination. They have done their work. They can rest too. Outside time, beyond fear, the gods keep watch. Osiris sits in quiet authority, his green hands folded around the crook and flail. He does not judge you anymore. His gaze is calm, approving. Isis and Nephthys stand beside him, their wings half open, their faces serene. They have no tasks for you tonight. Their silence is blessing enough. Somewhere far above, Ra rises once more. The first streak of dawn touches the horizon, and the world brightens. The sun god's victory is certain, as it always will be. The serpent of chaos recoils, defeated again. Daylight spreads across the Nile, across the cities, across the modern world that now lies sleeping. And you here, now can feel that same light brushing your mind. The ancient story fades, but the peace it carries remains. You need not remember every name, every gate, every spell. Knowledge has done its work. You have crossed through understanding into rest. The Egyptians prepared entire lifetimes for this single sensation, stillness without fear. That is the true treasure hidden in their tombs. Let yourself sink into that same stillness. Breathe slowly, as if drawing in air from the cool waters of the Nile. Feel the weight of your own body ease, the tension uncoil, the thoughts slow and drift. The mind, once restless, begins to settle, like dust on stone. There is nothing to solve now, nothing to remember. You have reached the end of the path. Imagine the tomb again, but now it is your room, your bed, your own small sanctuary against the vastness of night. Around you, silence hums softly, ancient and kind. The darkness is not an enemy, it is a cradle. The sheets are linen, smooth and cool. You lie as the blessed dead once lay, protected by unseen guardians, surrounded by everything you need. If you wish, you may hear a whisper, old and familiar. Asterisk. May your name be spoken. May your car be nourished. May your bar fly free. May your heart be light as a feather. May you rest in the field of reeds. May you wake renewed with the morning Sunday asterisk. The Egyptians said the soul left the body each night in sleep, travelling through invisible worlds before returning at dawn. Maybe that is true, or maybe sleep itself is enough a nightly rehearsal for peace. Whatever it is, you can surrender to it now. The Duat awaits no longer. The gates are open, but you need not pass through. The journey has been completed in words, and the destination lies within you. Let the sound of the ancient world fade to a hush. Let the torches go out one by one. Let the sand cover the footprints leading to the tomb. There is no fear in this darkness, only rest. You have faced death and found meaning. You have walked among gods and returned human. You have remembered your name, and that is enough. Now, nothing moves but the slow rhythm of breath. The heart settles into balance, lighter than air. The world is distant, kind, asleep. You are safe. You are remembered. You are home. Rest now. Sleep now. All is well. All is balanced. Maat is satisfied.